that back in, whatever's the most convenient way for the auditor's office to do it, I don't care, but I just think that we need to zero that out and put it back in county general. So with those changes, instead of this being 11.4, we would be up to 14.4. Which is almost what we were at last year.
Mhm.
So given that they're showing an
We are live.
$800,000 decrease in revenue. If we have to beef up or use more of this extra balance that we're carrying in order to complete our budget, I can live with that. You feel that way, or do you have a problem with that?
How you doing, Karen?
No, you don't have a whole lot of choice.
I don't think we like it. How you doing? Good to see you, son. So how was what was Alabama?
Oh, it was great. Gulf of America.
Oh, gosh.
I think that is so silly.
It
When
is
we
very
signed
silly.
up- When we signed up to go, it was Gulf of Mexico. And then when he changed it, I was like, rock on. Gulf of America, baby.
You know, as a kid, we went to the Gulf of Mexico all the time because where I grew up, it was only like 40 minutes
Yeah.
Oh, really?
to the Gulf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Holly Beach is not Fort Myers, or I mean, it's not the same kind of beach. But anyway, as kids, we thought it was pretty cool because there were waves and
Oh, I bet.
seashells and stuff like that.
I just finished listening to the Brian Kilmeade's book on Andrew Jackson and the Battle of New Orleans. That's pretty interesting.
Have you ever been to New Orleans?
Yeah, I was there once.
You need to
With
go
the
back.
daisies of
It's
it.
a lot of fun.
Did it.
And it can be as trashy or as classy or anything in between that you want.
Well, I had a little bit too much fun, let's just.
But
I was there on official business, but. With the,
unofficial fun.
yeah,
My husband says he never wants to go back to Louisiana in his whole retirement.
Oh my gosh.
He went for work and he said, I was so upset because people move so slow. He said, and I was there for a day or two, and I know why they move so slow.
So darn
They're
hot.
damn hot, is what he said.
Hot and humid.
Yeah.
But you'll never find, better food and more fun.
Yeah.
And we've been, of course, a million times, but at one time when Gary and I went, just the two of us, we stayed in this little place in the Freshwater where we typically stayed.
Mhm.
And it was Sunday morning, we woke up late and got a quick cup of coffee and went to St. Louis Cathedral for mass. And there was all these bishops and stuff. I don't remember what it even was. The New Orleans Symphony was there. I mean, it was like, wow. And then you're only like another block to Coffee de Monde, so you can have some powdery
Mhm.
sugar biscuits. It's-
I had them beignets, those were good.
Good, never had one.
It's,
competition.
I mean, but it was hot last week, right? It was hot everywhere. And,
When it comes down to the
I
New
mean, I
Orleans,
couldn't
it was
imagine
underwater.
not being on a beach.
They said, "Oh, just give you a trip."
In between.
Or with that one.
Like it was.
Fun.
That you could sit on a balcony.
What was real?
Yeah, it was fun going on vacation. Your kids go with you?
No.
Yeah, did you make a fuss too?
Yeah, see, Brad.
My youngest turns
That's
25 today.
Oh, my gosh.
Goes quick, don't
Done it
Right.
quick. Yeah. Chip.
Just a sec.
Are you sure? Down trouble?
Yeah.
I have a hard time.
I'm so, hey,
That's good. How many you got?
Well, you don't want the writing.
But we're better.
Well, that's all found that out. Got too long to go.
Congratulations.
Two little girls.
Really?
Oh, we already got the lunch piece out. House.
Square work?
Already got. She was at the house this weekend. So
I can't wait, really. I mean, my kids ain't ready, but I am.
Well, they got to be ready.
Yeah. Well, they're married now, so
Both of them.
both of them. Are you sure? So I think, if But they want, each one wait a couple of years, get settled.
Live around here.
One lives in Indy and the other lives in Westchester right now, but I think they're moving back to Northern.
What are you trying to say? You look better than you feel?
Than Avon area.
Yeah.
Why did you say it? How's it going?
I mean.
That's the one with the baby, and then Ryan is in Valley.
Oh, Harry. What are they
They
doing?
have a baby, I think. My oldest man.
How you doing?
Yes, you too.
All right.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Find a chair for Doug here. Hey, how you doing?
Good to meet you here.
It's your first week?
It's-
What you're in for, yeah. Hopefully it goes.
We still
good.
But we didn't ask for.
Talked to your brother on the way down.
Hey, somebody tripped over your
He
package
might not get
yesterday.
done today or not, so if, I told him, he said he could go watch if you guys wanna go. Just let him know.
I'll see what Liz thinks, whether today or tomorrow. I thought that tomorrow we could have a couple beers.
And originally.
Well,
This one doesn't.
No, I know that.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, well, we might get drug tested or something. Oh, yeah.
Buddy, how are you today?
Good, how you doing?
Yeah.
Doug, I got something.
Sure, yeah, hey, Eric.
Never great.
This is the first time.
Yeah.
Over here on this stuff.
In Dearborn County, yeah.
And there's gonna be
Okay.
6 or 7. So what they say. Good.
Well, it feels like the hall and everything, I'm just happy with it.
Yeah, right.
Just gotta make sure that, the plastic surgeon is, and I see him tomorrow morning at nine.
I don't know if I feel like.
You know, for another.
How I am.
He works.
That's like, Oxford,
That's I tell.
So now I'm the manager of it. From Chicago. You know what I mean? We're gonna be here. Like you're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna be one of those things that I should. It's not a big deal.
It's.
Except man, but see, so it's not.
Yeah.
Over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does look awful bad. What are you putting on
Something I got from the doctor.
Hello.
Lights go.
Oh, they're having me put polysporin on this.
Yes, that's what I put
Instead of-
on my stitches.
Yeah.
So I'll try that if this doesn't work.
Okay.
I think this is getting it.
Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Boy, Pete was trying to get hit this morning. He was out there mowing and weed eating during school traffic.
Not here, I told.
He's gonna get a sign from Todd.
So they in the back being beaten, and he's walking towards me and I'm going. And I said, did you not hear that? He goes, I just didn't think it was funny. I said, you're lying. I said, yeah.
Does he need a sign from Todd?
Yeah.
Crazy old man lives here, slow down.
I get that thing preaching to every night when I got the TV on.
One in each.
Good morning, everybody. At 9 o'clock, so we want to try to get started on time. I'd like to preface this by saying that we're very close to the end of this process. We want to do it right and do it well. I think if we stay focused today, we've got 2 members who cannot make it tomorrow. So it would be to everyone's advantage if we can finalize the budget by the end of the day. So let's get started with the judge. This is circuit judge, and that's location 25.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning. The only thing I asked for was an increase in part-time wages and, the reason for that is, I believe one of my, under court services staff, one of my employees will be retiring and coming back part-time. And that's ultimately to phase that out so that my goal with the juvenile, with the jury system that I asked to fund that hasn't been implemented yet, but should be implemented by the first of next year. I think I can operate on a reduced. I don't think my intention is not to replace that person, which would save I do need to increase the salary of the people around me with that pot of money, but it would save the perf. It would save the benefits package, specifically the very nice
Healthcare.
healthcare package that is obviously very expensive. So that we would lose that, so ultimately it saves. It's a $20,000 increase, which is about equal to which is about equal to what the insurance would be, because it's a single insurance, but and that's the only thing that's changed. Everything else is the same.
Okay, is Ohio County still paying their 1/3?
Yes.
Okay,
And I gotta have that number. So my budget meeting with them is next Friday. So if I could have that number, because sometimes it's close. We won't have that number. All right. If we could have the number, what the 1/3 is. So I could go back and tell them. And I mean, that person is going part-time, so that insurance will drop off. But my intention would be, she's gonna come back part-time so I can phase out that position. Next year.
we much prefer part-time than full-time or overtime. So.
But everything else is the same.
So we would move those last two items to CCD. Is there anything else in location 25 for anybody? Okay. Then your next item is what?
Under probation or.
Location 34. Circuit probation.
So we made very few changes in probation. In fact, we've reduced our budget request from last year by almost $19,000 because of longevity, departure of longtime employees and being replaced at lower salaries.
It's 12.
And losing, Jenny Benson was the last employee to receive longevity pay. So the overall request in the general budget is a 19,000 reduction.
Oh, yeah.
Where's the 19,000 at?
It's
8,000.
627 to 619, Judge, is that what you're talking about, that reduction?
Well, if you're looking at location 34 in county general, the reduction is 8,000.
my notes from Bill says the overall budget request from county general for 2006 has decreased from 2025 due to salary adjustments after the departures of Haley Comer and Jenny Benson. Jenny Benson was the last employee to receive longevity pay. The overall decrease is approximately $19,105.
We back on location 25.
Now, there was a 5% increase was requested and at staff, but we always know that would be whatever. And I've told everybody to expect no COLA increase this year, but
So if we backed out those 5% that's in here, maybe that would get you to your 19% that you're talking about,
19,000.
or 19,000. You know what I'm saying? He's got 5% in here still.
I just have to call him about some math wasn't that,
so
that could be.
That's not a shock.
I did not just representing.
Well,
No daggers towards you, huh?
I'm quoting Bill, but if you're ever in court when we're trying to figure out child support, I'm frequently asking how many lawyers does it take to figure out how to add, because we'll all be sitting there scratching our head and sometimes still get it wrong. In the adult probation service fund 2102, the supplements, some were changed, I guess, But we did ask for an increase from 2,500 to 6,000 for firearms.
What item is that?
Let me find it.
You did say firearms.
Firearms, yes. Twenty-five, it's, this is in the users fees fund, I believe, probation services fund. 25,000 line item says.
Fund 21,
Beautiful.
which fund number? Which fund number?
Probation services, is that what you said?
Oh, 2102.
And where is it? I'm sorry. What fund number? is it?
In there.
2102
Yeah, that's, I'm sorry. Look, so for uniforms,
uniforms, but it's guns.
that's guns.
No, the 2,500 is what we've had for uniforms. The increase is to pay for guns.
There's no increase.
There's no
out there, though.
increase on
It's the same as last year. It's 2,500 last year and 2,500 this year.
This is what I got.
You,
I'm not put that in.
I think he was trying to total all of his sections, and that's what I was like, your math isn't math. But no, he left it at 25.
This is 6,000.
I can show you. My bad, I will take it.
Well, you caught Leah on one? That's pretty good, Judge.
The fact that Bill,
is that in uniforms? Is it 25,000? So it'd be the 2,500 plus. How much for the guns?
6,000.
but it's 3,500 more.
Okay, so a total
Take it to
of
6,000.
6,000.
Total.
3,638.
And that's in
Total
fund
6,000.
20, that's fund
It's
of,
an increase of 3,500.
so it's fund number 2102, and the item is 25,000 uniforms, going from 2,500 to 6,000. And Lee, are we allowed to do that?
Yes, this is.
Things were advertised. Okay. So I'm assuming the county owns those firearms and they take them home or they stay here?
No, they would take them home.
You have a secure place to keep them?
He's taking care of all that, and everyone would have to get trained before they got one.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about that? I'd like to go back to your circuit court budget itself. So the 5% raises, if we would like note that those two items that have the 5% would be subject to whatever council approves for the.
Correct.
And then the raises that were required by state, so it was a
There's
change.
no raises, that's.
No, it says for probation officer 2, it's 11041, salary raise per state. So there's,
There was no increase in.
it's actually just a little bit less.
down.
It went down.
That's a turnover.
There should be no increase.
Okay, so
in the
we're
minimum
good,
salary
we're
set.
good with circuit court budget itself, location 20. So any questions about location 34? You're not that, you're 34, yeah, there it is. Fund 2151. Any questions? It's the same as last year's.
I'm good.
Is everyone good with circuit?
Good.
Okay.
Yep.
So next. You're wearing a few hats today. Okay, so location 32 would be next at Juvenile Center.
All right, so the big item is we've asked for additional full-time positions. And the reason for that is the problem we're having with part-time staff is part-time staff is not as dependable. So we don't schedule excess. So like, if someone calls off, then someone has to be found to come in. And part-time employees are not as dependable. I mean, I think you saw in our additional, that we have to ask for more part-time money, but we're having trouble keeping part-time staff. And then when we have some good part-time staff, it would be beneficial to have them move to full-time. So any help there would be greatly appreciated because and with the additional, with the basically the opening up of the juvenile center, that's generated approximately $500,000 in revenue. With that, that puts additional strains on the staff overall. So it's kind of like, the busy season all the time, right? So like, you can sustain that, with part-time and overtime, but eventually you can't sustain part-time and overtime continually. So the idea would be if we had full-time youth attendants, we could promote good part-time employees to a full-time position and therefore keep them and also reduce, I mean, I would anticipate this would reduce our part-time costs, which has gotten higher to cover. And that's been the problem. Like, we experimented to see how much we could push things with part-time. And the problem we found is, you can get some part-time employees to stick it out, but a lot of part-time employees eventually want to be full-time. And if you don't give them full-time, they're gonna go elsewhere. And so then we have turnover in that area. So to address that, if we could get additional full-time staff, that would be appreciated.
But in this budget, you also got a additional 70,000 from last year in part-time.
Well, that's because we asked for what we spent this year.
But you're saying if you,
But so
you got a total 24%.
so if we got, well, I don't know if if you don't give the full-time, I'm gonna need the part-time. If you give us a full-time, then reduce the part-time, is what I would say. I'm not asking for both. So I just increased it because we came back for an additional. And, I know things are tight and there's no guarantees on the full-time staff, but it is difficult to maintain what we've been doing with the current staff, with the current full-time staff, in addition with full-time.
So in January
Position.
of this year, your average daily population was 4.7. The same number was given for February. In March, it was 12.1, and that's where you run into trouble because anything over 8 changes the staffing ratios. And then in April, you had 8.3. So the study that was done in 2019 said that this was something that was commissioned for Dearborn County Juvenile Center. And the recommendation was that during the position on a ratio of 1 adult per 8 youth, from 6 to 6 p.m., the staff center would be 1 youth attendant, 1 shift supervisor, in addition to programming staff. And then from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., the center would have 1 youth attendant and 1 supervisor for each 8 juveniles in the center. So once you go over 8, that's where we start bleeding money for full-time positions.
Well, if we brought in $500,000, I wouldn't say we're bleeding money. I mean, I'm not asking for 3 full-time. I'm not asking for money to eat that up. I'm asking for 1 or 2 full-time positions to help maintain. I mean, we try to schedule this, I mean, the population, you're talking about average populations, but it
Yeah.
doesn't look like that in
Right.
reality, right? An average is an average. So, I mean, we could have, and frequently have had more than 10 for some time, and we've had people paying $300 a day at that rate. I mean, that's how we've gotten $500,000. And I didn't ask for any increase in anything to generate that money that never been generated before. So my point is, that we can't as an experiment, right, to see what that did and to see what we could maintain, what we found, the idea was, let's have part-time staff and see how far we can push the envelope on part-time and overtime. And what we found over the course of the time is that it is harder to maintain part-time positions and they're not dependable. So they're not as dependable. So because they don't have as much at stake. A full-time person is not gonna call off all the time. Well, although we have to get rid of someone who was full-time and calling off all the time. But I have to take that. But a full-time position is more accountable. A part-time position, because it's part-time, they can leave. And so we don't over schedule. We don't like schedule case someone calls off, like, you know, some businesses do that. We don't schedule case someone. We schedule the bare minimum on every shift. And so if someone calls off, someone else has to come in. And you know, sometimes that's our executive director, sometimes that's, you know, Beth, it can be anybody, but then we have to bring someone else in when someone calls off. This, an addition of a full-time employee would allow us the flexibility to keep the good part-time employees that we bring on and allow us to maintain the current populations that we've had, because eventually eventually the working at 110% eventually wears down. Like you gotta have a release valve somewhere. And so that's, I mean, that's the justification for the request.
So obviously it would cut down your part-time wages, right?
Yes,
And overtime,
And overtime?
I believe so, yes.
how much would you reduce those? They're both at 100,000 in here.
I would say, I mean, reduce them down to 50 each, maybe even lower. I mean, if it doesn't work, we'll come back. I mean, the only way I'm gonna know is if we do it, right? I mean, I can't exactly predict the future, right? So if
One of
we
the things
do
that you're
it,
struggling with is Senate Bill 1. So
I
our-
understand that.
Our person is telling us that our revenue it's not gonna be flat, we're gonna lose about 800,000 a year. So it's a really bad, 26
understand
is a really bad year.
And which is why, and I understand it, which is why I told all my employees not to expect a raise. Because I knew, because of Senate Bill 1, that we were in dire straits.
Do you have any idea from, like the inmates or the juveniles that you're taking in from out of county? These other counties are gonna have trouble paying that $175 or $300 a day per diem, I would think, but they've got to place
Well-
these kids somewhere.
They had to put the kid somewhere. Look, I mean, you gotta understand, I mean, there's a much bigger problem, is people aren't detaining kids when they need to detain. I mean, I was at a conference where a judge was discussing whether she could detain someone who had dealt fentanyl with a weapon. Now, here, that person's getting waived. I mean, to adult court, they're not even considering detaining them.
In
So,
Indiana somewhere?
yeah. We could get.
What's the
sidetracked.
capacity of the juvenile center?
It's
20?
20, but 20, if we're at 20, I mean,
Yeah.
20 is every bed, including the 3 beds that are
Like
basically
site beds?
used to watch. They're like
Padded?
camera beds. They're not padded, but they're for people who are losing it.
You probably know what's going on in this state with this, but Councilman Baker brought something up the other day about like the counties that expect us to house their people. And they're only paying when the people are here, right? Explain what you explained the other day, Doug, because you can do it better than me, but.
Well, Aaron might be familiar with it. Back when I was in Ohio County, of course, we didn't have a jail. And we either brought them to Dearborn County or took them to Switzerland County. Switzerland County did an addition to their jail, and they entered into a contract with Ohio County that we would pay for 10 beds, whether we had 10 prisoners or not. Is there anything that we could do with these other counties that?
Well, I mean, there are, I mean, long term, that's what I would like to be able to do, which is why I've tried to change the services that are provided at the juvenile center. That's why we've switched from being like a babysitter service to programming to making the kids do stuff. I mean, there's a greenhouse over there. The kids, and we get waived kids who are problems everywhere else who behave pretty well here. Part of it, they're out of their element, and part of it is there's so much structure and so much going on that, I mean, all that we're getting benefits from. I'm working on getting, some revenue from the state to fund a counseling service, for juveniles from out of state, out of the county. So that's an extra service. What I'm trying to build is something where people want to send their kids to. So that we could start having their discussions, because if they find it's irregular, but I think a lot of the counties are looking at, they don't want the fixed cost because then they feel the need to fill it. And there's a push to not detain juveniles. I mean, the state is constantly pushing not detaining juveniles. Now, I would argue that some of that in larger jurisdictions is why you have a lot more crime. Now, we have not detained, we did change our policies. We stopped detaining, and if you notice, I did reduce the number of Dearborn County children that were being detained based on creating other programs to put those children into to have the consequence. For example, we used to detain on marijuana vape possession, which is probably the, would you say, Dina, the most frequent juvenile?
Yes.
Yeah.
We detained them if they were found to be in possession with it at school.
We stopped that and changed it with a community service project that involved cleaning up dog poop at Lawrenceburg. So no one, there was no badge of honor out of that. It created the disincentive and got rid of the need to detain, but still recognizes as a serious situation. And that has opened up the ability to generate the revenue that it has. So even we're looking at ways to reduce the need for detention. But at the end of the day, it is a huge benefit to the community to have this service. And I think all of you understand that, but we really have made dramatic changes to it. And as I've said, we've generated a lot of revenue out of it. And that's just a problem we're having with the lack of a full-time position.
Are the juveniles that are coming here from other counties, are their offenses more significant?
Well, it depends. I mean, we've had 2 waived kids ourselves in there. I mean, we've had, what, 3? This past year, we've had 3 waived kids ourselves.
What's that mean?
Waive means they committed an offense that was serious enough and their age was enough that they were waived to adult court.
But since
So-
they're under 18, they can't go into.
So the law is that any child under 18 cannot be in an adult facility. That didn't used to be the case. If you got waived to adult court, you could go to adult facility. And I think this is a federal requirement. That's no longer the case. That's why Ohio County had to build a new jail down there, or build a jail, or they're not calling it a jail, but if you go see it, it's a small jail. And the reason for that is the need to, uh, to protect the juveniles. Like, the juveniles can't see an adult, like, there's gotta be sight, sound, protection from an adult inmate seeing a juvenile, and that's federal law. So the wave kids, that's why we can charge a premium, because there's no place to place a wave kid, because you can't put them in adult jail, but you gotta detain them. They've been waived to adult court, so they're clearly at risk. Can't really let them go out on bond. You can, but, so a lot of those people are detained.
So Dan,
We get
those fees are 300 a day instead of 175.
That's why you see a lot of that when you watch the news. They have these young kids do these crimes.
Right,
Nothing like up in Cincinnati.
right, and so we get a lot of people from Tippecanoe County, which is, where Purdue is, but it's a lot, they got gang problems there. And we get some of their wave kids who are involved in gangs. We, of course, don't have a gang problem, but we had 3 people who were Dearborn County residents who were waived to adult court this last year, and they had to sit there till they turned 18. No, I think they're all gone now, but, so those are all serious offenses, so it just varies. I mean, and sometimes the detention, and, there's a lot of mental health issues going on. And we've had to restrict some of the types of people that we can take, because we don't have the resources to handle some of the very high mental health needs that some of these places have. But, we've had 33 counties use our facility. So it's a good portion of the state recognizing that we do pretty good work here.
Well, stating the obvious here, first of all, commend you for the work that you've done. We know when you came into the role of judge, we all expressed concerns about this department, but also recognizing how important it is. We realize that not every county has this. It's important to Dearborn County. We want to keep investing in this. We want to walk that fine balance of making sure this is something available for the citizens of Dearborn County as a priority over other counties. You've done a tremendous job on one side of the balance sheet of getting your revenues up, which is helpful to offsetting this operation. And we just want to try to help manage both the expense side and see where those critical marks are. I mean, we know you have your ratios that you have to maintain. We want to try to set you up for success with that. I assume an intake officer and an attendant and the supervisor all count towards those ratios, but are there critical mass where we want to say, we don't want to go over 16 because that's the 8-to-1 times 2 ratio, and we don't want really to go above 16. So let's commit to that. And if anybody from outside of Dearborn County comes beyond 16, the answer right now is no. We want to try to help you on the negotiating anything you can on the revenue side, like Doug said, availability fee, not unlike if a gas line goes in front of your house, you don't have to hook up, but there's still a minimal fee to say, yeah, that's available to you, that you have access to it. These 33 counties who've taken advantage of this services are a way we can have some kind of revenue generated to say, yeah, we recognize the importance. We recognize your county can't afford this. So we want to make it available to you. You got to help us offset our expenses, but everything that you can do, we realize that there's not these people in a closet that you just pull up and say, okay, all of a sudden we have 17 people, so I have another youth attendant, and it doesn't work like that. You try to supplement with your part-time. And I think everybody in this council appreciates what you're doing there. That's why on Monday, when you had an additional for some of your programming, that went through and everybody supported it. And we were happy to do that because we realized how important this is. We just want to make sure that we're using Dearborn County tax dollars to take care of Dearborn County residents as much as possible.
Sure.
And taking advantage and utilizing the folks from outside of the county to help make our balance sheet look better and make the financials work out. But you've made both in the programming and the financials, in my opinion, tremendous strides in the last couple of years to making the numbers balance more. They still aren't going to balance, but services don't always balance, right? When you provide a service, there's a cost to it.
Right.
And we're just trying to get those numbers in as line as possible.
Well, I think what I would say is the overall cost to the county for this service has been reduced because of the revenue. Even if we get some of this, it's still a reduction, because I don't intend on cutting back
What were we bringing in previously?
nothing. very little.
Very, very.
It was like 100,000 maybe.
But I would say the thing that I do like, that I see that's a lot different, is there's a lot more structure and a lot more programming, because those kids are there 24/7, however long they're gonna be there. But instead of just playing video games or whatever, they're actually getting some instructional or some, even things like music and art are positive outlets.
We have a,
So
yes, thank you.
Adam is, doesn't he volunteer his? Oh, it's David
Yeah.
Kling. Somebody volunteers their time.
We get a
and
lot of
music
support from
programs.
the community.
Lot
With
more
these
volunteer
programs,
people.
we got a lot of people working with these juveniles, a lot of people very committed, a lot of religious groups, Young Life. We have Catholic groups come in. So we have, I mean, the programming element has improved significantly.
So you're not just warehousing.
And that was very important to me, that to see that change coming in. And we've been learning from that and seeing what else we can do. And we were able to do most of that with, I mean, even though that was an increase, you have to remember that that position was a paid position with full benefits.
Right.
So I mean, what that's currently paying is about what that cost at the time. So even though we've increased all that, I didn't actually increase the cost because we were paying that with a full-time employee before.
Yeah.
And so I have tried to do this as cost effectively as possible, and and I know I didn't want to come in and ask after Senate one passed for a full-time position because I knew the position you guys were in. I'm just, it's telling you that it is becoming difficult to maintain the part-time and the overtime because it's like it always being ski season or always being Christmas, right? And having that relief of a full-time employee would help us reduce that. And my hope would be it would be significant. Until we have the position, I can't say what it would look like.
As far as
But
our
I
guests
understand the problem.
at the juvenile center, are they knocking on our door to come here? Or do we reach out to them? Or, cause what I'm hearing here, if I'm understanding right, it's the best scenario for us is to either have 8 people there or 16 people there. Is that right? And that balances the
I don't know that I don't know that that's
because
that looks good on paper, but I don't know if that's realistic. Because
Let
if we
me-
have 8 people, if we have 8 people, because it's not just those numbers. Like there is the fixed cost. Like you have to have
no,
so
I
many
get that.
people there.
But if you
And so
get
if you have
over 8, you have
people,
to
but
add
if I
people.
have someone come in, right, who has committed a serious offense, or we're at 9, right? And I mean, that, it's like, it would be like not having that availability, because we always have the cushion. We don't ever build a 20. So I always got the cushion of 1 or 2. If we have 8 as the cap and we just say, okay,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, as far as revenue versus expenditures,
okay, I get
it's ideal to have either 8 or 16, because once you get above 8, then you have to add people in the center, right? I'm not saying
think
cut it
that's-
off at 8. I'm
I
just
think
saying,
that's,
yeah.
think that's how it works. I mean, realistically, we're full at 16, right? I mean, but we can take for a little bit over,
Yeah.
right? But I can't start taking 20.
Hmm.
Like, I mean, if we got to 20, we'd be looking, I'd be going to Dina and Josh and saying, who can we get rid of? Who do we need to call, right? Because we can't sustain that. But we haven't gotten there. We've been, we pretty much at 15 say, okay, we're very, very selective about who we take and are really only taking Dearborn County residents at that point.
Judge, so I mean, it's easy for us to look at a metric like average daily population is 12. Okay,
Right.
great. But does that mean there was 50 kids come in and 50 kids, you know what I mean? What, on the jail side, we get a report that says, here's how many have come in and here's how many have gone out. how many kids are coming through the system in a month?
That's a good, I mean, it varies. I mean, I can have some people there for a while and wave people are there for a long time. Right? And then some people are there
4 or
in
5
and
days?
out, like a weekend.
And
But it varies dramatically from the length of time. It's not like, so an adult population is a little more stable, right? Because if they're gonna get out, they're getting out in a couple of days, they're posting bond, right? But when you're dealing with a juvenile population, it's a lot more sporadic, right? And all these counties are looking at the same thing, because it's all costing them money, right? And we're all in the same boat. And so they're all saying, okay, how quick can I get this person out of here? So
Is there a recidivism measurement that we do for the juveniles or do you feel like you're seeing kids come back less because of the programming or?
well, we haven't had it in place long enough, I think, to have any good data. What I will say is that we recently became a county, the juvenile detention alternatives, a JDAI county. We recently went ahead and did that program because we were doing everything that that program was doing, and I thought we might as well
Get the accreditation.
get the accreditation for it and some money and the ability to get money more easily from the state. So by doing that, I think the biggest proponent of that is data. And so we're starting to be able to submit our data and getting and into their system because they want to keep track of it as a metric. So I think our data will improve. And also, I mean, Liz is on JRAC, and the JRAC thing is about getting data and reliable data in the adult side, and we're trying to do the same on the juvenile side. So I think in the future, we'll be able to point to something more specific. Right now, I just don't have enough to know. What I can say is anecdotally, when I've had children who spent a pretty good lick of time in the juvenile center and they come to their final hearing or whatever, they're well mannered, they're polite, they have good ideas about what they're going to do coming out. Now, I'm not going to say they follow through when they get out. I mean, some do and some don't, but I am going to say that I have been impressed by their presentation to me, and I think that's in large part due to the programming that's going on. But I don't feel confident saying I can specifically point to reductions. I do feel, you know, from anecdotal, it looks like that's what we're seeing, but I don't have enough. I hope to have, you know, in a couple of years, I can say, yeah, here's what's our numbers for 2000, you know, I hope to be able to point to that.
You mentioned that there was 33 counties that send people here.
Mhm.
Do they also send use, some of those counties send them to other places as well?
Yeah, I mean, look, so if we've gotten people, I mean, all across the state. But so if you're a juvenile judge and you gotta detain someone, if you can detain them closer, you're gonna detain them
Right,
closer.
right.
But if you look at a map, you take the southeast corner, and I'm talking a huge chunk, it's us and Clarksville, right? Or whatever that town down there is, Jeffersonville, whatever. It's us and Jeffersonville. So Clark County and us have the only facility.
The reason,
So some counties look and take Clark County's.
the reason I asked that is if, say we get like 8 people, we're running smooth, and then all of a sudden we get 10. I mean, do we send an email to these 33 counties and say, hey, we have 4 beds available? Then I mean, from a business standpoint, we're gonna maximize our income
I see what you're
by
saying.
utilizing the same amount of people. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if that would make sense or not.
I feel like we get a lot of requests. I mean, the only marketing I did was I went to a conference and said, Dearborn County's open for business. You guys, we were actually having a discussion about beds, and I said, I got beds available. And that was where we saw a dramatic change. You gotta remind people, and I can send emails and
I mean, and do it when it's advantageous to
Right.
us if we want them there, or if we're getting close to.
No, I
capacity,
would
then we
agree.
Don't send anything.
And I think that's a really good idea. I would agree that looking for opportunities when our population is down to add would be good.
The other thing I was gonna say, so you kind of want to do an experiment here to see if this works out.
Yeah.
And hiring full-time people is, you're kind of committed to it. So what if we committed to hiring one full-time person, cutting the overtime and part-time back and experiment with it? And then if you needed additional overtime or something, we could do an additional.
I think that would be a good idea. I mean, I think that would be a good idea to see where the line.
That way we're not making an overcommitment going.
No, I don't, and I agree with that. I think that would be a good way to handle it.
So, and if we do that scenario, we'd be approving one new position, reducing your part-time from 100 to 50,000 and reducing your overtime from 100 to 30,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we'll see see what the numbers add.
Is everyone in agreement with that?
And Judge, you said you had another position that you thought was gonna be vacated or potentially could be vacated soon. Do you have any applicants or anybody in the pipeline yet to fill that spot and the new spot next
No,
year when it's
no.
funded?
Are you talking about in the circuit
I
court?
think he was talking about circuit court on the
Oh,
other.
No,
I'm
you show a
sorry.
vacancy in juvenile center currently.
I think they.
Then you just hire
Didn't we
somebody.
just hire someone?
Okay,
Ben,
I'm sorry.
didn't we just fill that vacancy?
Full time.
He's got still.
Full time.
We did just spoke last.
so you have no vacancies. Well,
We always have part-time. I have to take, this is BCS,
Good.
Not even.
they got a detective.
Are you good?
go ahead. I think well, just take your call and then we'll finish up.
All right,
Because there are a couple things on this next page. In part-time. It's 50.
Go down and, you know.
Correct.
so
50 in part-time,
They make it.
30 in overtime, and one new position. So Judge, on 33114 educational services, you had last year, we approved 75,000. You had an additional the other day for 20,000, which would bring that to 95, and you're asking for 102.
I thought the additional brought it to 102.
No, the additional brought it to 95 for 25.
What, this 102 is what we need to cover that consistently through the year. And again, I don't think that's really an increase based on how much money was actually going out, because there's no, that's a contract position. It's a contract service, and basically I've included, the increase isn't an increase in paying people more. The increase is the difficulty in administering some of the stuff that was being provided through that service through reimbursement. And so it, from an administrative point of view, became easier for the Hopes and Habits to just have this amount of money and then take care of the stuff they used to be sending for reimbursement.
And that's
So
different
It's
program.
not really, yeah, and so it's not really a rate, it is not a raise in the rate of what we're paying them. It is an increase to cover all the cost with that, so there's not, it basically catches everything, so we're not like, okay, here's
Here's for the services and here's your
education.
reimbursables. It's all in
Yeah,
one pile.
It's all one pile.
Okay, and then we did approve the washer and dryer the other day. And then the audio visual, we'll move that to CCD.
All
Does
right.
anyone have any other questions for the judge? Anybody else?
I'm good.
Okay.
All
Have
right,
a good rest of your.
all right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Judge. Thanks, guys. Ladies, sorry.
Okay, next we have highway. I'm sorry, we have Cume Bridge, which is Mr. Listerman, location 125. You get those signatures from Punch.
Yeah. We got 5 minutes, Todd.
Great.
All the way into that.
We're just getting.
Yes, us.
Yeah, no, it's not. Would be in the very back.
I don't know if they're paying.
So with the things that we approved the other day, this number comes way down. The 32934 was done the other day, 32979 and 32980.
You lose about $3 million off of that, there's 3.2 million. I gave you a sheet the other day.
Mine a little bit, Todd.
You're not?
Yeah.
What you need.
That looks good. I gave you a list of big projects we got in the works and being done, but this kind of is a list of what we have done. Is related to Dune Bridge. And the replacements. You can kind of see there are, I think, 30 some bridge replaced, 27 new bridges and 4 rehabs in the past 20 years, actually less than that. Because when I started in 2005, it took us a while to get things programmed and money so we can go ahead and do work in the county. So actually in the last 16 years, 17 years, we've been able to do 31 new bridges and 4 rehabs, and then you have the small structure replacements. We do a lot more small structure replacements because Tim's crews do a lot of the work. These are the ones that have to go out the contract to go through contract administration. So they're the larger type of bridge or small structure or small structure replacements because they are just because of size and scope. These do not include the actual 9 box beam bridges that we had when state came out. We did the special inspection of the box beam bridges. And basically we have box beam bridges that did not have decks on them. Okay. Therefore, the box beams were left open, but the time when they were built, that's kind of what they did. And the problem is when you leave an old box beam open, the top of the beams get all the wear and tear, the snow and everything else. And basically, they were only getting anywhere between 20 and 30 years of life out of those structures instead of 70 years plus that they were wanting. We actually had 11 total of the box beam bridges. After our inspection, 9 of them could be saved and decks placed, which we did. So we actually saved 9 bridges, adding decks. 2 of them could not be done that way, and actually we're on a replacement cycle because of the wear and tear and deterioration of the box beam. So actually, we didn't rebuild bridges, but we did add decks to 9 bridges to extend their lives and bring those up as well. So when you look at that, you're looking at 31, you're actually looking almost 40 bridges that we've upgraded to life extendancies and that, as well as then you got the epoxy coated list that we're using now to extend the life of the structures by putting the barrier on top of the decks that make the decks last a lot longer. So we've gone a long way in our bridge program to go ahead and upgrade and maintain our structures and get the longest, best life out of them at the most economical price. But that's just giving you an update on where they stand. And then you also got what I gave you the other day that kind of showed you the what I want to say.
Well, it's the bridges that need work.
The bridges that need work. That's not, that's all the bridges. It's not all the small structures. The only thing on that list is small structures that we've actually got funded. There's a lot more small structures that need to be funded. And part of my budget this year includes that. As Liz said, the budget, since we got the appropriations, I put it both ways, because I didn't know if I was gonna do appropriation through, or through budget, or how it was gonna come about. So basically, if you look at my budget, small structure, 624, 625 for 550 can be taken out of my budget. Bridge 68 Yorkville Road can be taken out of my budget, and Bridge 221 Davidson Road can be taken out of the budget. So right there, we're losing basically $3.25 million out of the budget. That goes a lot towards balancing my budget. It still doesn't balance it all the way.
It's still about 1.8, is that right?
Yeah, 1792, I think is what we
Yeah.
said yesterday, the other day. Where do we need to be balanced?
I don't know how that number comes up to 1 point. How much were they saying total through them?
Your total receipts,
No, my total, how much did it say they thought I had a cut?
You cut 1.4 million, you cut 550,000 and an additional 1.3 million.
Okay, but what were they saying that I had?
they're saying you're gonna, but it's gonna be $909,000.
Okay.
Cause that's what they have as your.
That's yours
receipts.
to keep.
My receipts.
From that fund, 1135, that's a property tax based fund. Hume Bridge is funded from property taxes.
I understand.
Baker Tilly is showing that
Not
your,
supposed to spend any more than you take in.
I know.
your receipts are $909,000. Is there anything in that? Is there any balance in that account?
That is, I'm trying to figure out, last year, Leah, we took in 1.2 million. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's because you've got an excess shortfall now coming from Senate Bill 1, which is gonna take more off the top.
All they're saying is, so which I normally would get every year, I would get 850,000. They're saying how much we're gonna get this year?
909,000.
Okay.
Last year they showed you as getting 977,000.
Well, I budget 850,000. That's what I don't make sense.
Well, we're showing that your balance, I mean, your budget is currently with everything that's still unfunded in your budget that.
They say I'm running the deficit right now.
Well, like you've got about $200,000 in free cash sitting in that fund right now.
Okay, basically I say if I spend everything. If I spent my budget before when I turned it in, according to revenues, using 850,000 in income, that's what I use for my income. That I was over budgeted by. I was $3.6 million in the hole. So if I cut 3.25, I'm now looking at another 400 and some thousand plus whatever kind of rainy, gap in there, 5%, 10% gap. So I figured I had to lose somewhere around $4 million. I can't understand why why they're saying 4.8 above. That's unless you're gonna say I'm not gonna get 900,000 next year.
What I'm showing with the math that Leah said, like the 900,000 plus the 200,000 that's sitting in Hume Bridge, that would be 1.1 million. I'm showing that with everything you've got on here, taking out what we approved on Monday.
And I get but I also get 350,000 yet this year because I haven't got the second distribution yet, have I?
Yeah.
So I got 350,000 coming in yet this year. That's not shown because we get a second distribution, which I estimate 350,000. That's what we use. I think last year, Leah, you told me it was a little bit more than that, but I use 350 because I always go low. Plus, I'm going to get.
That's going to bring you the count balance up, but as far as being a balanced budget based on next year's receipts is what this is saying. Next year.
Well, but you have to understand how we work. We don't work on a 12-month budget. I work on an 18-month budget. Because I got to look at my expenditures between July 1st and December 31st that I'm going to have, plus my cash that I have now.
Yep.
Plus what the receipts I'm going to have, okay, and add next year's budget in with next year's receipts. So I don't budget a 12-month budget.
So when
I actually am looking at it, I actually have to look at an 18-month budget, counting the expenditures for the rest of this year, plus the income for this year, plus next year's expenditures, plus next year's receipts.
So here's what I'm gonna say, if we take the 900,000 from Baker Tilly's estimate for 26, you take the 200,000 that's sitting, you add the 350 that's coming,
It's 1.5.
then that's 1.450. And what I show is what's left in your submitted budget is roughly 1.8. So roughly you would have to cut about $300,000 or $400,000 out of what's submitted,
Correct.
No, no,
Plus
not million, I mean
300,
1,000.
about 400,000 plus some rainy day, because you can't budget. Okay, I have to have a little bit of, I can't budget down to the last dollar. I gotta say, okay, plus 5% on top of, so I don't wanna have $3 left in the bank account at
So
the end of next year.
basically
So I
what-
wanna have a couple 100,000 left at the end of the year, like we have this year in cash, which right now is what, 200,000?
So if I could interject, typically what we do with your Cume Bridge budget is to delete a couple of designs. And then typically in 26, out of what you're receiving in Riverboat, they would be funded in that manner. They wouldn't be funded in this budget. we're gonna
Correct. What I'm
submit.
saying is, and I understand, basically, I was figuring I was gonna lose every one of my capital projects out of Cume Bridge. Every one of those designs would add up to $400,000 additional. Okay? Now, there still has to be something cut in my budget upon those, because that's
Right.
400,000. That puts me basically, I'm spending every dollar I got, okay?
Right.
Without any play. So this is when, like last year, I think you took you moved something to general fund. What did you move in the general fund? Was it my culvert repair? Let me
Okay, so
look.
your culvert line's up significantly this year.
Yeah. Which one went up?
150.
Oh, culverts 21803.
Yep.
Went up 200.
Yeah, we always say that. Whose culverts are those? This is Cume Bridge.
So they're hidden. Yeah, there's 200,000 still in MBHA sub for culverts
Okay.
as well.
So I think that's what we did last year. I think we took a lot of it out of the budget and said, okay, what I had appropriated for, which we've done in the past. He's got LRS, culverts get paid out of lots of different budgets and spread that fund out. So in culvert budgets, we asked for 250. I think what you normally do there, don't you take part of that down? What is it this year? What was it?
150.
50.
So we lost 100,000 out of that budget to give me some more, to give
Cushion.
me some cushion at the other end.
So
should we-
you're saying if
let's
we
do
took the
that.
5 small structure designs out, which is 400, and your culverts down to 150, that gives you a cushion you're comfortable with and a budget that works.
Well, are you comfortable with just having 100,000 on top of it? My estimates that I use 850 for the budgeted money that I get in. Cause I run a computer estimate based on, because like I said, I don't work on an 8-month or a 12-month budget. I work on an 18-month budget. And this works that 18-month budget in, how much distributions I've already paid this year, how much I got left to be paid out. If I spent every dollar on my budget, no damn well, I'm not gonna spend every dollar out of my budget this year. We just never do. There's always money that roll.
You have a lot of encumbrances at the end of the year.
And then in a year, I cover a lot of money. But a lot of what I call the concrete, the steel, the guardrail, that stuff, that just goes back in the budget, which we don't spend. That comes out of that. So the supply budget is all that. And there's a lot of the supply budget we don't use, but we never know exactly how much we're gonna use and where we're gonna put it.
In order to make some progress here, the 21803 culverts will reduce that back to the 150 from last year.
That'll work.
Then
If we need to come in for more money later on with me and Tim, we'll come later on.
we're gonna delete all the small structures.
Correct, which I figured we were, and I would have to come back next May and ask for additional funds either in February or whenever we meet. I know you always meet in May. We can always come back and ask for the additionals at that time.
That's basically for design. But, oh, those are small structures. What would this $80,000 buy us
What's that?
for those small structures?
That's the design.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Those are all the designs. Those are all small, that's the actual design funds. That we signed a contract the other day for a bridge. $77,700.
I think so.
So it all depends, because basically these structures are acting like bridges or bigger structures. So.
Todd, when you send those out for design, I think on our list the other day, I think I saw Bernie's name on there and CivilCon. Are those up for? When you send it out to design, you send it out for multiple people for bids, or how does that work? You use all
Well,
players?
what I do is you gotta understand how the process works, okay? If I'm doing federal aid projects, I'm looking at a whole different set of group of consultants that I'm looking at for our local design, okay? The local design guys do small projects, small type projects. Guess what? They don't own office in Indianapolis, okay? They usually have about 5 employees, okay? They don't have a business services department, basically. That came in here yesterday for some of the business services department. So basically, our in-house design, and the problem with, and you'll see FPBH and CivilCon, because most of the little guys are gone.
Mhm.
There used to be a bunch of little guys that, I would have 4 or 5 of those. The problem is the little guys in today's world, the way NDOT operates, they used to feed the little guys a little bit. Okay? The little guys have got to do strictly county work. Okay, now they'll do some federal aid stuff, small. Okay, but that's not their bread and butter. And because of that, their prices are less. They're all pre-qualified with NDOT.
Yep.
Okay, but they're doing smaller type projects. Now, when you look at my federal aid, okay, you look at USI, you look at United, you look at American Structure Point, you look at Egris, Aegis now, used to be being Longest Neff, they've been bought. Okay, so you're looking at the bigger, because they have the services for all the environmentals and everything else that need to be handled through the federal process. They got companies with 50, 60, 70 people in it. Okay, the price of, just to give you an idea, the price of the design contract for Bridge 14, okay, federal aid, $470,000.
Jeez.
Okay. The price of the contract for Cranes Run 212 with fuel pet vendor was $77,700 yesterday. We signed. Still pre-qualified contract consultant, but it doesn't have 2 things. It doesn't have all the requirements of the federal aid requires. Okay. And I don't have to pay for everything. I don't have to pay for their overhead.
How do we
Okay.
choose those designers?
What's that?
How did we choose the one for Cranes Run you just mentioned?
Okay, when you go through the federal aid process, it goes through we have to follow the NDOT process. It's a grading form that we use through NDOT.
It's not bid, it's professional service.
Professional services, correct.
So
So when I look at the lower stuff, then I'm going out and I'm asking for proposals. Okay, and I look at price. Okay, I mean, not so bad. I'm almost
So
looking
you're
at price.
sending an RFP out
Basically,
for the small stuff.
And I'm looking at the price, because guess what? They're both both of those companies or whoever else is pre-qualified. They can do the job, and every one of them can do the job. I gotta look at the dollars on that, because it's the small stuff. But when I get to the federal aid, you can't ask about price. Price is not.
They gotta meet the requirements.
To meet the federal aid requirements, and oh God, what act is it? Shit, can't think of it
It
now.
doesn't matter.
There's an act that we have to follow, the Congress sets on how you do, professional services. Salary doesn't get mentioned till he's selected, then I have to negotiate a contract with him. And I negotiate a contract. So, and then after that contract's negotiated, and we look at, there's parameters, okay? but how much they can earn through profit and everything else. But a lot of those numbers are fixed by NDOT saying, this is his overhead rate, this is whatever rate, this is, this is the whatever, the profitability rate, everything gets done in there. And then I negotiate that contract to where I'm acceptable. And then I send it to NDOT for NDOT's review, and then NDOT reviews the contract. They agree with it, then I go ahead and get this contract signed between the commissioners and the consultant. So it's a whole different process that I have to follow because it's federal dollars involved. Where on the local side, we look more at price.
Got it.
Okay, so in order to try to finalize this budget, if we take culverts down to 200,000, we eliminate all 5 of these small structures, which is 400,000. That's $500,000.
Wait,
No.
hey, culvert's the 150, not 200.
No, there's
right?
another line. On that back page.
That's my culvert repair. That's where I have a contractor come in and do work for us. That's the one you added extra money in May in that contract. That's the money I use for, there's culverts that we're buying culverts, small structures that Tim would put in. Some of those structures run what, $40,000-$50,000 just for one structure. Depending on what the size of the structure is, that's that money. Then they have culvert repair, which is the thin deck overlays you're looking at. And I think that is this year, and actually to come back and get additional money, they have some money in there to do the patching, or just to give you an idea, if it's small enough, like we had to come back for that work for Hoosman, because it was 160,000, 150,000. That was way above what our budget could take. But if it's something small that costs 30, 40,000, I'll use my culvert repair budget because I don't have to keep coming back for small repair work.
Bottom line is, if we want to take something out, we need to take it out of culvert repair and not culverts, because
No.
culverts is feeding him the material he needs to keep his guys busy.
Culverts is the 150. If you want to take
Culverts is 250.
if you want to
He's
take that
saying
to
it's okay
150,
to take it.
take that to 150, what's my culvert repair budget?
250.
Take that to 150,
That's
Both of them?
200,000.
both of them to 150.
There you
That
go.
will then give you about a $200,000 of cash.
Yep.
Basically what I got now.
We're good.
You see what I'm saying is I think we need to do both of those
Yeah.
to give us a warm fuzzy feeling that if for something budget projections didn't come in, we were still in good shape.
And we're operating with the knowledge that we're going to be doing some supplementals in 26 out of Riverboat. So basically.
And I'm gonna have to come back for the design. And at that time, not to say bad, when I put this budget together, I didn't know all the additional bridges that we added. So I might take one or two of the small structures and only do a couple of those and add a bridge design instead in the spring.
I would like to just do this one more time. So we're looking at 31803 culverts, go to 150.
Okay,
And then on 32938, go from 250 down to 150.
culvert repair,
Eliminate all the small structures.
correct. And we've already eliminated the other stuff in the capital.
Right, that was already approved. So that we're looking at 1.2 million with what he's got sitting and what's coming in and what he shows coming in 26. Then this is a good balance. Okay.
And that would still leave right of way acquisition in that budget and purchased equipment in that budget, or in that capital outlays, everything else in capital outlays will be gone. Is
Okay.
that what you got, Leah? Okay.
Now, are you staying with Tim or is Tim?
Now, I would like to talk a little bit before we get done,
For what?
Valerie. I know we never like to talk about this. We need to talk about it.
How many trees you cut down?
We put some people off and we're like, wow.
Who's
How about if I just tell the sheriff we'll text them when we're ready for him? Can we do that?
Yeah, because we got 10 in.
Well, I can tell Amy their budget didn't really change.
who?
The health department.
We got an hour. Put down.
Okay,
Why don't you-
which one do you want? Well,
Yeah. I'll
we
tell
can
them to
go
come at
the
11.
first. We'll go the last one I turned out. Everybody knows I'm on my 20th year anniversary of the 8th of this month. Been there 20 years. When I started, starting salary was 70,000. When I was hired, I got paid 62.5, took 7,500. Less with the understanding I would get rewarded once I proved that I could do the job. Well, 3 years ago, you gave me that $7,500. Okay, 17 years, which I was understanding when I got hired that I get it in probably 2 or 3. 8 years ago, my stipend was raised from 20,000 to 40,000 for the engineers to help retain and hire new engineers. At the time I was told, well, yeah, we got the extra money, but they didn't mandate that it goes to the year engineer's salary. I've been there 20 years. I think I proved what I've done in the county. You look at the money that I've gotten on the first sheet I had earlier today, one of the first ones, $37 million. The 20 years prior to me coming to the county had 3 federal aid jobs. 3. Cole Lane, County Line Road, and North Hogan Road, 3 projects. See how many I've got in the last 20 years. I think my worth is there, okay? I think there was a statement a while back by one of the council at a meeting that, normally, when people take on extra work, they get paid for that extra work. Okay? One sheet I showed you earlier, the one that comes in that says 505 miles of road or 503 miles of road. Okay? What that shows you is 503 miles of road we have in the county. To do our PAMP, HWC pays us $21,500. Turn the page. Ohio County is 135 miles, but their contract is 40,000. Okay? The reason is they do all the administration for the community crossings. I do all the administration. Okay? So if you figure out I'm saving the county over $30,000 a year for the last 9 years of community crossing because I do all the administration. I handle all the contracts. I handle all the applications. I handle all the pay. I do the design. I do the contracts. Part of my job. But the county saved in the last 9 years over $270,000 because I took it on as part of my job. Did I get paid extra for it? No. Beginning of it. When I hired, I had a full-time assistant. Well, Tim remembers we had an assistant in the office. What happened? When the lean years came in and he resigned, we never filled it. Responsibilities, but back to me, say to be get done. I mean, when lean years, Tim used to have 13 more people in his department to get things done. But we had to cut because we didn't have funding. And he struggles now because of it. Now, the environment is we still don't have the money to hire the people back, but guess what? The people we got working for us had to suck it up and had to take it on. But did we get anything paid on the extra side of it? No. What I'm showing you is on the one sheet, you look at the population, the one that talks about Noble, Henry, and Adams. Those are populations of counties that we have in the state. Noble County pays their engineer in 2024. And I printed them out so you can actually see off the gateway because we have to upload everything in the gateway, correct, Leah? Okay. Comes right on the gateway that the auditor's office, every auditor's office in the state of Indiana has that upload. by law. What it shows is their engineer makes $155,000 in 2024. Made $40,000 more than I did. Superintendent made $77,000, last year, which he knows more than Tim makes. Okay, you look at Henry County, their superintendent in 2023, because I couldn't do 2024 because Joe is retired. So he's a part-time engineer, not a full-time engineer. 2 years ago, he was making $130,000, and their superintendent 2 years ago was making $71,000. And their population's right around ours again. Then you look at Adams County, they got a population only 36,000, but their engineer makes 20,000, 120,000, and their superintendent makes 61,000.
You know how many miles are in those counties?
I can't tell you the mileage. Okay, but I can tell you population size. Do I expect $155,000 a year? No. Okay. I think I put in, I think I would put 130, because that would put me close to what Henry was, plus what cost of living raise this year. And I'm gonna talk to Tim. Tim needs to be raised too, because the amount of work that he has to do now, there's a hell lot more than he used to be. He goes out and gets you NRCS money. I can tell you right now, that's a pain in the ass. The paperwork that he does, okay, to get that kind of fund for the county. How many NRCS grants did you have before you came to the county? I can tell you it was none, because work. It takes time, takes effort. Okay. He takes it on. I've taken it on over the years. I got 4 years left. I just turned 62. Okay. I got 4 years left. And I'd like to be paid a salary comfortable for the work that I do for this county. I think I deserve it. I think Tim deserves it. Because we busted our asses for the last 20 years for this county. You know, a pound of back's nice, but it doesn't pay the bulldog. And when you're looking at retirement, you know, you're looking at what's got the other end. You know, this kind of raise that I'm asking for is going to help on my retirement out of it. Okay. But I think I deserve it. I think Tim deserves it. I think you know I deserve it. Okay. Because you know what I do to this county. I mean, we bleed this county. Otherwise, we wouldn't do. Every time I add a job, and I went and got money the other day for 4 jobs. Guess what? Let I say that a hell lot more work for me next year, because now I got to do the administration of those jobs. I got to get the contracts ready for bid through my consultants. Got to do this work there. Yeah, I can't be out there. I do hire part-time help to help me through consultants. Okay. But at the end of the day, I'm the one that's got full responsibility, making sure everything gets done. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. Things are getting checked that needs to be checked. Just like yesterday, I said, remember I said we we're going to pour the other morning? Okay, we were supposed to pour at 4 a.m. Problem is, SRR's concrete came in. The first load of concrete came at 10% air instead of 4 to 5.5. Second truck coming at 12. Next truck coming at 16. Okay, I get a call 4 a.m. from my inspector saying, hey, just want to let you know the first 4 trucks, because I wasn't going to be there at 4. I said, I'll be there, try to stop in before I go to work. He said, don't worry about coming in. Okay.
You have the
Because
fully
guess what?
those trucks?
We threw them out. We canceled the pour for the day. Okay. They poured this morning 4 a.m. Last truck got poured in, let's set somewhere a little bit after 8 this morning when he emailed me back. I stopped by to say how things going. Everything's going smooth. Everything's going good. Okay, I'm done. Okay, let him do his job. Okay. But that's all part of the job. Okay. I got a call from NDOT this morning on my Lower Dillsboro Roads federal aid. Okay. Todd, we need this, we need this, we need, I know you sent this before, but I can't find it in my files. Can you go back and resend it to me? Fine, go do. Okay. So what I'm asking for you today is, you got $20,000 extra the other year. Okay. And I know you didn't have to put it to my salary, but I'm asking for it now. Okay. And I'm not asking for all of it. Cause I figured what I asked for, I think I asked for $13,000 merit, plus that would put me at 130, plus the cost of living. Would put me basically what Henry was paying their engineer 2 years ago.
Thank you
You
for
know.
the information. We'll certainly take it under advisement.
So, I mean,
Appreciate what you do, Todd.
it just, I think it's time to be rewarded for what I do.
Appreciate your comments.
And I know I got two businessmen up there. If they work for you in your private industry, you make sure they were taken care of. Cause you couldn't afford to lose.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next on our agenda is Mr. Grivey, location 125. I'm sorry, location 126.
Morning, everyone.
Oh, Tim?
Might have fun.
This is gonna be the big question.
You said 126, isn't it 51 highway?
Well, he's got several. He's got
Oh,
one
I already have my
26,
budget done.
128, 127.
126 is behind the 51 in your packet. Table together.
He wants the same level of commitment. He wants the same level of commitment. We're already getting, he wants the commissioners want the. Right. Whatever they want to do. Balls in court.
I'd like for us to get started. We're way behind time. So we're looking at locations 126, 127, and 128. And that's the highway unrestricted. I don't have anything that I see that needs to be changed. Your receipt should handle this. Does anyone have anything they want to discuss about these?
Which one did you
This
say,
is-
Liz? I'm sorry.
Fund 1176.
Okay.
Does anyone have anything they want to discuss about this?
Yeah. She said.
Well, I think it,
Right.
those three look good.
That's good.
You're good. Everyone good with this one?
This one.
Let's
the
go on.
second page.
Let's go on 128. That's the restriction. You've got 1.8 for slip repair, which we might slip.
I think Leah thought that would work, I think, didn't you?
Yes. And then 1169 is local road and street. That one looks good to me. You did take weed control out, I guess.
Here's why I did that. I took that out because I've made a deal with the chemical companies. And I bought enough product for next year now. So
Good.
the money would just be sitting there. I won't use it because I got the product for next year.
Alright.
So
But
all
Twitter-
inside, under weather, in the, out of the weather, it's all. Good. I was trying to be a little proactive because stuff's going up. With all the glyphosate lawsuits and what have you with Roundup, that's kind of a mystery. So, I reached out to the chemical companies and did some bidding and actually we bought it through Lost Valley Ag is who we bought it from.
That mostly Roundup or,
It's glyphosate and basically 2,4-D.
yeah, mixed together.
Yeah, we use mixed together and we use, oh man, when brain dead, it's been a morning. Listening to all that, it's been a morning.
Crossbow.
No, we don't use crossbow because it'll travel. We use, man, it's a new one. What we use is, it's a 2,4-D product, Mark, and it doesn't bleach. It locks up where we don't have any problems like killing somebody's beans, non-GMO beans or non-GMO corn or something like that. So, anyway,
I assume you just adjusted your ice control because last year was so much.
yes,
We have any left or not?
we got some left. We do. And I just got the contract. It's funny. I just got the new contract yesterday and it went up like, $3.82 a ton this year. So it makes it at 89.77. Last year we were at 85.95. Last year we used 3,000 tons and we were full. So 3,000 on top of probably 4,000. We used almost 7,000 tons of salt last year, which is
Because you
insane.
had those 2 extra trucks to distribute it, right?
It just, it's
You know, I don't know, the salt thing
We
is,
appreciate it.
well, I mean, yeah, but it kind of shoots us in the foot too on the other end with the MS4 and all that stuff. It's, you know, the public wants it, but the public don't understand what we have to do to keep it. And, I know a lot of other counties, you know, they don't use this plate near as much product as we do. I mean, Ohio County is very small, but they only use 200 tons. They only bought 200 tons. I bought 3,000. I ordered 3,000 tons of salt. And hopefully we have enough. Last year, we only ordered 25 or 2,400,
Do we need Todd for location 51?
and I had to buy. I had to go outside the contract and buy 800 tons
Can you?
to get us through.
Yeah. And then your other fund is local road and street 127. That one's good.
Okay.
It's too bad they don't make some kind of container, you can put that salt in. But you have to put it on the ground, right?
That's the total.
We put it in concrete. We try to keep it all inside, but it don't always work out to keep it all inside. We made efforts several years ago to try to keep it all inside, but there's times when we got more salt than we have storage because we got a storm coming. So I order salt. So there's no,
Just kidding, you got a 1/4 inch and it's nothing.
right.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. Well, you never know, you know. Life of a highway guy, it's kind of not always that fun. You know, actually, it's not fun a lot, to be honest with you. You get a lot of butt chewing and not many accolades in my business.
Oh, come on, all those sandwiches at Logan Supermarket, don't.
Well, that is a definite perk. And don't forget out there at the Blimpie, they take good care, and Dave Deddens takes good care of us.
Good.
And Skyline, all those people take good care of my people. They do. It's nice to know, and it makes you feel good when, you know, people, your peers, you know,
You're helping their business.
taking a liking to you and, you know, and think you did a nice job, you know.
Hey, free cheesecakes, I wouldn't be driving a truck, I'd be taking a nap.
Right.
So
Top,
1169, we're good on.
I had a question, just,
Yes, Doug.
just part-time employees. Do you have trouble keeping part-time employees at your shop?
We don't have an excessive amount. Not really.
Do they have to have CDLs?
No, they do not, because what we do with those people, we use them basically to mow.
Yeah,
One of them takes care of our campus. He cuts all the grass on our campus.
sure,
He's 76 years old.
okay,
Glenn Lyons, but the other guys are basically, road mowers,
right,
doing the tractor along the road.
okay,
And, you know, 3 or 4 days a week, it works good for us because we take the full-time guys and keep them doing full-time real work instead of mowing.
sure. And
But-
do you, are they considered seasonal to where they just,
They're seasonal.
once the grass is done growing, they're done working?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
We have brought them back for different things like, you know, in the winter or fall. Sometimes the little guy that cuts our campus, we have him come back on a limited basis. He goes get parts for us in Cincinnati
Okay,
for the trucks or what have you,
yeah,
you know, that kind of thing. That's kind of what they do, Doug.
yeah.
On that same note, what about CDL guys? You have a hard time getting them?
Yeah, that's impossible.
How many
We
CDL
pay for them to
drivers?
get it, right?
How many CDL drivers do you currently have on staff?
Well, we want 28, but we don't have that very often,
Okay, how many do we have right now, roughly?
like 23,
And we pay for it, right? But then we ask them to stay around for 2 years or something?
3 years.
3
Yeah,
years.
it's prorated, Tim. It's prorated, 2 to
We
20
had that a
years.
couple years ago to make sure.
We've had one employee do that, and he's an exceptional employee, and we've had nobody. The problem is when they sign up to take the school, they basically got to quit when they're working. The school's in the daytime.
Yep.
And it's kind of a full-time deal, and so, anyway, it's hard for them. It's hard for them to come in. You know, a lot of, you know, just it's hard to retain people, Mark, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. You know, you guys got it. I mean,
Yeah.
I know, Jurgensen used Hispanic help and there's nothing wrong with that. Them guys work. Most of them do. I mean,
We're on these.
I'm sorry.
Only one left to look at 120.
51.
Well, besides 51, location 125.
What's up with DNR? Can we get any
Cause
scrutiny
the
to
other.
do anything?
Oh.
Fund 49.
Is that
About 3 or 4 year
Fine.
process to get permits if they want to do it.
So the only other fund that I think that there's one that I'd like to have you and Todd both in the room, but location
It's a,
125 is the
Right.
VHS substitute. And that's just riverboat money that's dedicated for these purposes.
they were trying to keep I think commissioners and Tom trying to keep that, your level of
I don't see any problem with that. I'm just saying this is the riverboat money.
right.
So I think we're good on this.
Yeah.
And then I don't
Yeah.
think we reviewed 51. Leah, have we reviewed everything except for 51? Okay, so location 51.
I came down rich.
I got to do we got odd format. Before we use it in the office is a different format. It's a whole different.
Yeah.
Easy.
They'll
And then what they
they'll
use
act
it.
back in line now.
Right, gotcha.
Okay, so location 51, is everyone on the same page with this one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the biggest change here is bituminous going up from 400,000 to 1.5 million. So the question is, are there specific roads that you're looking at doing, or is this, I mean, I know there's a lot of paving that needs to be done in the county, but that's a huge jump.
Todd, that's your gig. You asked me to put that.
Well, part of the problem is that
I
here,
did not put that
here's
in.
how it works. Community crossing is changing. I ain't figured out exactly when to change.
We're talking about culverts. I mean, we're talking about bituminous here.
Okay, I understand,
Okay.
I understand, it's all tied to community crossing. Okay,
He wants to keep
used to be a
staying level.
50-50. We get 50,000, or we would spend 1.5 million, and I put up the 1.5 million, so you give me we did 300,000, $3 million worth of paving. Okay, I was told that we would still be committed to that $3 million worth of paving total. Okay.
Told by whom?
I told you that I would lobby for that for you, yes.
Okay. Okay, because if we don't do it, I go back from a 55-year program to an 88-year program, so. I don't think, I understand, we don't wanna go backwards. Even though 55 is unrealistic, but at least it's a number that's better than 88. Oh, thank you. So. What we've done is to make sure we kept ourselves at a $3 million paving program. Because this year the match is not 50-50 because Mr. Maxwell got the number changed from 50,000 to 60,000, what's the cutoff? We're now a 80-20 or 75-25.
80-20.
Okay, and I think I've calculated the time is 85 or 75-25. Said, okay, you get 1.5 million. I only got to kick in an additional 25% of that, which still left me shy.
Yep.
$750,000 to $800,000 in of a program.
For $3
So that's the
$3 million program.
If
So
I-
I said, okay, do that. That means because we'll have less in community CCMG money. Okay. Match money. You'll have more in bituminous because you're still running a $3 million program.
So Todd, is this earmarked more or less for Salt Fork and Jackson Ridge?
No.
Oh, you,
That's what you're looking for.
Well,
25.
right.
That's this year's money.
that,
That's this year's money. I'm looking at.
no, she's right, Todd, because this would be that money because which they gave me is for,
East Law 3.
well, you guys gave me money Monday for doing the repair work.
Correct.
That's not paving.
Right, for the slip.
Right, all the
So
slip.
26 community crossings is supposed to be for Salt Fork and Jackson Ridge.
No. 26 community crossings will be for whatever we add, what me and Tim haven't decided yet. The 2025.
Well, we were told-
You gotta, I'll explain.
Go ahead.
2025 community crossings,
Using them, Tom.
which is October's call. Okay,
It's this year.
which is actually paving 2026, but it's actually community crossing 2025. It's the 1.5 million that's sitting in my budget right now. Because if you look at general fund, there's a budget, CCMG, correct, Leah? That's 1.5 million.
There's 1.6 sitting in there.
That's sitting in there, that's a 1.6, okay? That 1.6 sitting is what I'm gonna use for the call in November or October. Okay, that'll actually be, that work will be paid in 2026, which will be, these are the roads that me and Tim have discussed.
Talk about county money now, not community crossing money, not the money we're getting from community crossing. This is your money you got dedicated.
For the map.
No, that I'm gonna match with my community crossing money
I got you.
to spend the 3 million. In my call in October. Okay, Salt Fork and Jackson Ridge. North Hogan. Part of Lower Dillsboro. Okay. Beatty, Legion, those are the roads that I've already gone out, looked at, measured, estimated. Got everything ready except the bid document, but I got all the numbers ready to put in the bid document. Okay.
But the bottom line is,
I'll have ready for the application of October,
You're still gonna ask Eric for the money that's sitting in there.
because I'll have match money from NDOT, so I'll carry that money through.
That was
Okay.
the 6 that's still
So
sitting.
Sitting there.
Well, whatever I get,
So it's not actually free money.
well, it's not,
the money that's there is gonna be spent, because I'm gonna go get community crossing.
the bottom line is, if Liz is saying the 1.5 million, if we cut that to 400,000 like it was last year. You're gonna prioritize, and the roads that are the lowest priority are gonna fall off the list, and they're not gonna get paid.
Well, what I'm saying is, we've gone to saying, okay, we got a $3 million.
I understand that, but
But if you do
what
that,
happens if we cut cut it back to 400,000? What's gonna happen?
there's roads that aren't gonna get paid, and I gotta call people and they call in and say, Todd, when am I gonna, my road's gonna get paid? Am I on the list? And I gotta go back and say, well, I had you at 2075 because you were within the 55 year period.
Yeah.
And I gotta add 30 years to you, so now you're.
And council got $900,000 less this year, so we had to cut some roads.
And I had to push the whole program out, so I got you in 20, I got you in 2110.
So the one.
Instead of-
wait,
I mean, that's the
one thing
reality
you're
of working.
going Is,
If
What
we're
is that?
underfunded. So what I did is said, okay,
To fund.
the fund,
Which is
that
gonna-
program,
Wait, wait.
55
Fund which one?
years.
I get it, but I mean, at some point, if we aren't not able to fund the whole thing,
Uh-huh.
we're gonna cut off the lower priority roads for,
I just stretched it.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, not to say bad it is, I've been here 20 years and we haven't had a subdivision yet. And I tell people on the subdivisions, I'm sorry, I live on a subdivision street too.
so the
Guess what?
1.6 part
You'll
of
be
that is
gravel
actually
before
for
you pay it, because
25.
it's no money.
match.
That's what he said.
I mean, that's.
Is that what you're showing?
Forward.
I've taken the money from this point in my budget, community crossing, and put it in Mattoon. This is what I did. I just flip flop.
no, I get it.
So I would still maintain the $3 million paving program. Right, wrong, that's what I did.
Well,
And I figured we did not want to go backwards. Maybe we have to, I don't know, but
Yeah, we don't want to, but it's reality,
I mean, I've been here for years and Tim's been here too. I didn't pave roads. I didn't pave a road. Period, amen, no road, period.
Yeah, we went years, we didn't chip seal, we didn't pay, we didn't.
And that's like, what do you think? I can't catch up. Somebody says, it's like somebody said, if you gave me $2 million to pave subdivision streets. Okay, I said, that's great. You gave me $2 million a year. It'd still take me 30 years to catch up because I'm not far behind. Okay, people don't want to hear that because that's the reality.
We have many miles of paved streets thanks to our casino that have been done 25 years ago, right? So,
30 years ago.
yeah.
Where do you?
So this year you're doing East Law 3, West and East Law 3, Soap Hill, St. Pete, is that what you're doing in 25?
That's already done.
Right, so what you're applying for when they do the call is Salt Fork, Jackson Ridge and the other roads.
Because what you're looking at in the budget is not my application for next year.
That's
It's
technically.
the year, I'm looking at 20, that money I'm asking for now is for community crossings 2027. Or 2026, which will be paving in 2027. What I asked him money this year, it's in the budget, is paving in 26.
So it's not actually free money.
That's what if he.
Well,
It's not free money, cause that's my application for this year's call. In October.
But for this year, you only need 600,000, right?
No. This year call is still under this year. This is twenty
No,
twenty
we're
five call.
talking about what you're requesting for 26 is 600,000 because it's for the
Because
next
it's
year.
because it's at 20%, 20 max.
Okay, so the one,
Not the
okay,
50 max.
gotcha, all right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not asking for 1.5 million. I think because I think it's like it's only.
you're asking for the 1.5 million to make up the difference from the match that went away. I got you. I mean, that's easy to understand.
There it is.
That's why you wanted the match to be the 50% still.
Hell yeah, I want the match to be 50. We wouldn't have this argument.
No, I
And
get
you
that.
get, and guess
And
what?
my
You get
comment-
I never asked.
My comment to Todd is, there's a win to the citizens if we were at this 80-20 mark, and because in the tight years, we're still gonna be able to get the full match from the state without us putting in as much money. To me, our roads are a priority, and I wanna try to put as much money and continue the same level of funding, and that's the conversation that Todd and I
That's what I
had.
did.
Yeah, and what Maxwell did is, from a business standpoint, is beneficial to the people of Dearborn County. Although,
If
you don't agree,
if we-
but
If we get tight budget.
yeah.
And yeah, it's not an easy.
Right.
That's what I said. I mean, you look at it, that's why now let's 30 and then understand the paperwork and everything goes in there, makes a mess.
So for the we need to finalize this page. So we're looking at location 51. So the first thing that I want to look at is 39298, community crossing grant. So if the most that they're going to do, and they may not do 3 million. So at 20%, we're looking at a match of 600,000. So the 750 has to be changed to 600.
That's because I was thinking 25%, not 20%.
And that's fine. And then if they only do the if community crossings ends up at 2 million, then our match will actually end up being 400,000. But if we put 600,000 in our budget for 26, we're good.
And realistically, they got cut from 150 million to 100 million, so that's 2/3. So the most we're probably gonna need is 400,000.
Correct,
Okay,
right,
and what-
correct.
say, man, whatever I know what that dollar amount is. I'm gonna come back and say, okay, guys, out of 600,000, we only spent this much here. I wanna take that 600,000, what's left, and put it on bitumen so I can go still keep paying. Because I mean, we'll never, I mean, we're just.
Yeah.
I mean.
So then the next question is on the 21807, he was requesting 1.5 million. It was 400,000 last year. And you're saying that would make up the deficit of what would be able to be paid with community crossings.
Yeah,
Well, that would, in the
That would
past, the
give them the $3
community
million
crossing, we were
budget.
getting $1.5 million. We were putting another $1.5 million with it.
2 and
because
3
we
million.
had to. Now we don't have to, but he wants to still do the same amount of paving,
right.
but we don't have to. It's do we want to?
Correct. You hit the
And
nail on the
and so I
head.
guess, but
So we don't.
so can,
and
but
that's
is
what I
a
said.
fair way of saying that if we're set around 600 for our match, can we just do the 900? That'd be 1.5. That'd be 1.5 and 1.5 to the 3 million by 4.
Boy,
You know what I'm saying? If we had 900 there plus our
Right.
600 for the match, that's 1 point.
That's exactly right.
It's 20% up to 1.4 million, so it's not 20% of 1.5 million.
It's 20% of 3 million.
No. It's not 20% of 3 million. That's what I did, and that's why I got the 600,000. It's not.
You got 750 because I was
20%
doing
of the contract. So if my contract is 2 million, and I had 400,000 in that budget. That would be. Yeah, because that's actually a little over, but yeah, if you take the one down to 4 million, I would need 1.1 in additional. So you can take the community crossing down to 400,000.
You don't need 6?
Don't need
Just in
6.
case?
Don't need 6 because it's only gonna be 20%, not 25.
Yeah, but if
But it
it's
could be a $3
$3
million.
if it is a $3 million project, 20% of that would be 600,000. I mean, that's the best case scenario for Dearborn County.
But your
community
application,
It's gonna give me more than 1.5 million. Because it's not 3 million, it's the
Their
amount of
portion.
money they're gonna give me.
Can't get no more
I can't get
1.5.
more than 1.5. So 1.5.
Can't get no more 1.5.
Calculator.
So you need
But then you only need 300,000.
300,000.
Well, but it's 1.8, it's different on that, so it's, if you go, what's your, need your calculator.
Yeah, where's your phone at?
1.5 million times 20%.
Not 20%, it's 20% of the contract.
Okay, so
So if I had like a $2 million contract, 20% of that
Be
is
400,000.
400,000, but that would be a 1.6 match. You see
Okay,
what I'm
well,
saying?
yep.
So I'm saying it's just keep it at 400,000. It's 300 and some thousand, whatever.
so if we put up, the contract would be the 1.5 million
Plus
plus
whatever.
20% of.
Plus
of
a little
the
bit more
top
than
set.
that,
Yeah,
because-
so it'd be 1.8 million. So
Well, only
we need
300,
300, yeah, we need
1.9 million would be what it is.
Yeah.
So we,
Just keep it at 4 million.
We need 385,000.
so for community crossings to make it easier,
Just make it
let's
4
just.
million, quick, easy.
400,000.
400,000
Yeah.
and add
So-
1.5 to the, and that's why the 1.5 was added to the other.
So,
39298 is 400,000, is that correct?
Right.
yes,
That goes down to 400,000 and the other one, to keep it the same, it would be 1.1 million.
1.1 million above what Tim asked for last year. Whatever you.
Which was 400,000.
So it'd be 1.5 million.
No, it would be 1.1 million plus in addition to the 400,000.
That's
So
what
that's
that'd be a total of 1.5 million.
No, but you got the 400,000 already in the community crossings.
But in order to do $3 million worth of paving,
Todd's basically telling you, he wants to keep the bituminous for what you've been giving us, and then. the
I'm
1.1
saying, whatever your bituminous was last year,
Right,
which was 400,000.
yeah.
Yeah.
I want to add 1.1 million to it, because that's the extra money that would need that we're not doing through community crossings.
that would give us the 3 million.
Yeah, but if we did the $400,000 match, that's 1.9 million. Okay, if all you need is another 1.1 million to go with that to make 3 million.
Well,
that's-
the 1.1
1.5.
plus whatever Tim was spending to have our
We
crews
had
do.
400 before, that was for
Separately,
paving.
that wasn't
outside
part
of
of
community
this.
crossings. So if you take that 4 plus the 1.
Well, but bottom line is.
We understand your
Tim
math
can
now.
do it.
Okay, does that make
And
sense?
if we can cut that to 1.5, whatever we want.
1 to whatever about the 2 minutes was left.
Balance the budget.
What we do is we just invade, we
I'm just
add
trying to keep things,
more,
well.
reserve, we eat into the reserve a
I'm
little
saying,
bit.
yeah,
more
I'm
in order to
saying,
make
my
it-
budget too.
Yeah.
Don't have,
So I think it's monthly distributions, which
No.
you pay me.
we don't have.
Just a matter of where-
Sure.
It's if it's a, that's
We don't need that for the match.
No, we don't need it for the match, but if we're going to pave the roads that need to be paved, continue to make progress, you'd almost have to do it.
You're gonna make
At the end of the day.
It's gonna make it. That's up to how far you want to, what you want to get into as far as the other budgets.
should we just discuss this with just us? Can be done. Let them know where that number falls.
Yeah, Leah'll let you know where we end up, but, I understand what you're saying.
1.1.
Plus the 400.
Whatever Tim had before.
That was outside of community, follow your life.
Outside.
cause here's part of it, we do a bunch of work in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, he tries
And
to
then
make
if
it
you put it all in a contract, then I don't have any money to do any in-house.
Before you leave, before I forget, when does Salt Fork, when are we gonna do the
Slip
Nails?
slide repair?
I don't know exactly.
I mean,
We're gonna try to do it this winter.
okay, this,
I spoke with Tim yesterday and or Monday, and he didn't think it'd be a problem with the traffic and getting to the, so we were gonna try to do that this winter.
okay, so we don't have anything under contract or anything yet?
No, I do not.
Okay, and then what, in the meantime, are we gonna try to do some drag patching out there on Salt Fork?
We're gonna try to,
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
before winter, yes, before.
Well,
winter.
it's
It's getting there, I know, I
It's
know.
bad now.
I know.
Did we just drag it or use your, don't you have a new roller?
We got a baby Lead Boy paver we've been using quite a bit. We used it over on Kaiser, we used it on Purple.
And you're nailing that and all that. I mean, it's 2.5
I mean,
million.
yeah, it's a complex.
We own a
deal.
paver now?
Please,
The county owns a
we
paver?
own a Lead Boy paver, we bought it from Tom Shaw. It
That
was
was a
used,
deal.
it was used, I bought the drag, the paver, the whole 9 yards, and we've been trying to do some.
That usually doesn't pan out to be a good move, just word to the wise on that one.
Well,
We have no problem with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Drag patching.
I mean, so far, we've had it over a year and so far so good. We haven't. One of our guys worked for you guys, worked for Rowe, that runs the paper, that operates it, so.
We're super far behind. We need to wrap up. Can 30-second, Todd. What's
Yes.
the 30-second update on, you said there's gonna be a potential another closing of Route 1 or down to one lane?
Okay, I was told there's another split that's happening there somewhere, I think it's just somewhere around Cook or north, just north of Cook Road somewhere.
Bottom of the
Don't know exactly where, okay? NDOT's approached me and said, hey, Todd, this might happen. I said, okay, just let me know what's going on. I guess they got another slide that road's done. So they were looking at, before it got bad, try to bring in a soil nailer like Tim uses, to nail it at a lot less cost without having to do caissons that took a year. Okay, and cost a hell of a lot more if they can jump on it fairly quick. And did I have anything contract wise in the area that would really screw me up if they closed it? And I said no, because they would run up Sawden in North Dearborn.
So close, not a 30.
No, close.
There's actually a job bid today, 2 culverts, replacement, that Route 1 will be closed again too, that's
That's up,
That's
that's north up
next
there by
year.
Dover, and that's
Next year
actually
we'll-
north of Dover. I've already talked to them on that. The detour, local detour runs Sawmill up to Sawmill to, back to one, just that little, gets off there, just Sawmill, just north of State Road, or North Dearborn Road. It's in between, it's just north of the church. That little valley in there north of the church, there's 2 box culverts. Those will come in 26. 27, they're gonna do 2 between Cook Road, there's one right at Cook Road, just to the south of Cook Road, and one just north of Mount Pleasant. That'll close in 2027.
Well, if we can get that moving, let's get it moving, because a complete closure in the winter, you know how much Sodden Ridge.
Just telling you, I know.
I'm just, yeah, you wanna hear some complaints about Sodden Ridge and North Dearborn and Mount Pleasant happening, as long, just.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see what I can find out some more,
That,
but I haven't heard anything. I just asked me
Control that anyway.
if they did for 30 to 45 days, was it gonna affect county work or whatever? And I said, no, the detour, there's not a closure on the detour or anything like that. They can find it.
Sheriff's coming out.
Local, as a local detour.
So,
Yeah, wait, let's see what you.
But that kind of gives you an idea what's on there.
thank you, Todd.
And like I said, the call's gonna be out in October for this year's call. Then after that, now next year's call in 2026, all been done in July with the new rules. That's the one,
Should start at the homework.
that I get to know, what roads we're gonna be, I got to set down. But we have everything ready for this year too. And submittals,
And that's when you're gonna do Salt Fork and Jackson Ridge.
that's the new all for.
Yeah, thank you very
That's
much.
always what kind of, community crossings is always like a year, it's a year. I get money this year.
Stay well. Have a good day.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
you.
much.
Can we take a 5-minute restroom
Yes.
break?
Yes.
Well,
I took my agreement.
Yeah.
So,
So it sounds like the money is.
where is it?
Whatever bid this.
Is what it is. Thanks, Phil.
so it's
Hey,
not, it's not actually free money.
All right.
Yeah, so we need to-
No worries.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Nancy.
See ya.
Yeah, that will
Fulton
Yeah,
County.
if it's only 1.5 million. right, then
That's the new one can know.
It'd be something.
I'll see you today.
Yeah, I did well.
It was today.
Just great.
It's great. I know it's budget. It's hard to tell. It's all easy peasy, ain't it?
Yeah.
You try to figure this shit out. Huh? You try to be able to shit.
You have to go to the bathroom, everybody else
I'm
did.
trying.
I want
So,
Right, you understand what?
so Leah, when you look at Susan's
That's
page,
13,000 plus whatever, put in. plus-
county general,
I figured that plus the cost of living.
we put the,
I should be.
3.8 million that we approved
Yeah.
out of 4916 back into what she shows on, into like line 50. I'm talking about line 50.
You made this.
She had 11,390, let's say 11,4. And we approved Davidson, which was already in that calculation, but we took 3.8 million that was in there and improved it out of 4916. So 3.8 gets added back into that number, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that puts it
Are
at
you looking for Daniel?
18.
The sheriff.
18.8,
Sheriff,
right?
That much.
he's
Cause if.
jail and sheriff.
if
I got the
you're
jail, but I don't
spending
have the
funds
sheriff.
on 50,
Location 6,
I must have got it in the ones we already did.
But they,
There it is. Somehow 6 was way back there.
you know,
so I'm getting 15,191,000. How are you getting 18?
because if you look at number 28, line 28. In 25 isn't 5.7 million, it's 1.6. Truthful, like that would be a
Right,
true
right.
number. So,
Okay, so it's more than 3.8 that we're putting back in.
yeah, they just see like everything that's advertised.
We had $1,000 in the commissioner's budget for paper towels.
That's why
Yeah,
I came
well,
back going like
hate his
this.
hand dryers.
I could talk him into
I
that
do
too. During COVID, you got them for free,
I know.
those and those automatic flush toilets,
Mm-hmm.
was a freebie.
So yeah, if he only needs 1.5 million. Then we can at least cut him off at that, keep 142,000.
Are you gonna have James come on in?
I told him 11 o'clock. He should be here in a minute.
Okay, so I'd just like to be clear on,
Right.
okay, location, I mean, Fund 1001.
Yeah, and the only, I don't know, you know, obviously that. Could be
What's the
ordered,
deal?
because I don't know what's gonna come like a cover meeting.
Right, but today,
But this is-
so I'm gonna X out my notes, and so you're showing that even with the 1.4 for bituminous and everything else, you're showing what? For line 50,
25,
for line 50.
Yeah, end of 25 would be close to 4 million higher than,
Not the end of 25, I'm looking at 26.
right, but that would roll over into 26.
Right, so for her, she's got 11.3.
Mhm.
So what are you showing?
It would.
This, what are you, what?
I'm looking at county general 1001, line 50.
I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but I feel this is important for me personally. I had no part of that asking for nothing. And I'm Jack. Cause bullet point number 7, I'm not real smart, but I do follow directions. Bullet point number 7 is highlighted in yellow, says don't ask for money. Right there. That's the sheet from Leah. And
You follow directions well, Tim.
I don't do much else, Mark, but I can follow the rest.
Thank you.
Yes. If you're.
So I just want that to be known.
It's fair, thank you.
Part of it.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Tim.
Have a great day. Thanks for your time.
Pretty fun.
15.4-ish.
My dad.
About school for 72 years.
Plus taking into account the 3.8 million that was advertised out of both and other stuff, not that 1.6
No,
million.
I let.
That's
I would have added.
okay. So we're looking at this ending up closer to what 25 ended at,
Yes.
even giving him 1.45. whatever it
32
was for
years,
2
of course. You know, if you look at 19.
Huh?
No.
You what?
70,
No.
2002,
So
Said, are you sure?
for the bituminous, Liz,
We should have him come in and explain that again.
I'd like to know what we,
and he got
okay.
where
Remember,
do,
you are
5% raise.
What's that?
I said, remember, you
are we leaving that at 1.5 or
cussing
are we
in
taking it?
I mean, in my opinion, we need to see where the bottom line ends up at the very end, and if there's anything we can do, and that's the place we can do it.
Yes.
What's that?
That,
She said, be careful what you say is.
It's 100%.
Dennis and Glenn gotta
We
be.
didn't know the effects of SB one.
For a change.
You know what I mean? That's what I told him. I said, this is a win for the citizens. If we can only have to, we can still get the full match. We can only get less. I know that's not what you want. But in the lean, if we have some lean years, which guess what? SB one just made us pretty darn lean.
And one- Yeah.
Okay.
Right, yeah, you got some. Yeah, partial
I can search part of that if it's ever been stopped.
Turn that
I might
thing
be able
off
to
when we're on break.
get some of that. Can I keep this?
Yeah.
Well, you do, Carol.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Ian and Rose still coming. Dr. Ian and Leo.
Tearing a lot up. Yeah, well, I'll give it to someone, we'll take a look at it, see if we can come up with the, but that's a good truck description, we ought to be able to come up with what that is.
Sheriff, thank you for waiting for us to get caught up. So longevity is zeroed out.
Finally. Finally.
What depart, or what location?
6,
6.
and then the jail is location 20. This is out of public safety lit. So far, your budget is barely, after we move the cars out, barely, the lit revenue is barely covering your balance. I mean, that's not your problem, it's ours, but it's like, take a deep breath, folks.
Maybe you can up that in 28.
Somebody can.
All right, where do you want to start?
On basically any changes, so Hartsburg retired and someone's obviously taking his place. How's that working?
So he was a captain. Basically he was a captain in a sergeant's role, but he was on the regular, even though he worked the shifts, he got holidays off rather than having to work the holidays because of that whole longevity decision. So I want to do away with the captain because it's just, the captain's not needed. Really, it just needs to be a sergeant because we have 4 shift sergeants and that's the role that they will be taken care of from here on out. So there was no bump really in the captain line, rightly. It was just longevity is what the difference was with him.
But he was just topped out, so if he.
So whatever bump he was getting for captain will stay the same for whoever gets the sergeant, right? So it's just basically replacing the name of what it really always should have been.
Okay, so when we're working on like funds, which is not your role, that's our role. So when we're looking at funds, public safety lit, which we adopted in 2018, it brings in roughly 4 million. And we're barely holding up the 15% reserve the state wants us to have. And I've got thoughts about what the state likes us to have in real life. But I think the only thing I would recommend in your budget is moving the automobile purchase into CCD.
Moving what? I'm sorry.
The 3 cars into CCD.
Okay.
You typically outfit them out of commissary, I think.
You give us a line and it anymore it doesn't
Is that
completely.
a vehicle installation at 15,000?
Yeah, I mean, each vehicle now is up to about pretty close to 10,000 a car.
So you do
Should be
the other
outfitted.
15 out of
I
commissary.
supplemented out there and we're starting to see, I guess after we do the reconciliation this month, commissary will probably be the lowest it's ever been since I've had it, just because we've had still the same thing. We've had some vehicle maintenance issues and those kind of things, but I mean, we're still staying steady.
So new legislation, speaking of commissary, new legislation, you're required to give us quarterly reports.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't remember, do you remember when that even takes place? I don't remember.
I don't know if it was July 1st or if it starts.
Pushed it to next year.
I'm not sure.
I can't remember either, but we'll double check on that and will you remind me about that, please? Thank you. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't see anything in your budget that needs to be adjusted. The gasoline is kind of a, who knows what. I mean, you're obviously not using as much as the cost has gone down.
Like in the last 3 years, we've done this, that we raised it, and then we lowered it, and then we raised it, and.
Yeah, I think we did last year was like really,
We raised
really
it.
well,
We
right?
did. So there is a surplus in the gas.
Yeah, and it just rolls back into that fund, so that's not a problem at all. Is there anything on the sheriff's budget that anyone wants to talk about? Are we good with that? So we're gonna just move the 150 into CCD, and what else did you?
he's requesting a change lateral for a few people.
So the lateral thing has been probably the most positive thing we've done together with that policy change, because that has allowed us to hire, rather than bringing in green people that you're not sure how they're gonna work out. We brought in some very good tenured people that are well trained. And one of my newest ones is a guy that had 10 years experience, and he's been awesome because
Where'd you come from?
he had been at Jefferson County and Madison, but he actually just lives just barely outside the county in Ripley County, down around Friendship. So he's really close to the county line. And I don't know what's going on, but they've lost a lot of people down at Madison. There's
So
some.
he lived in Friendship, and what county is that in?
Oh, Ripley, sorry, thank you.
And he brings that car home at night?
Yeah, but I mean, he's literally 5 minutes from the line.
Okay.
So, I mean, I know it's not optimal, but that's
Right.
unfortunately where we are.
That was a problem some years ago with a different situation.
Yeah, and but no, he's been great, because the problem you have is when you do the shifts like we do, all your rookies go to night shift. So then you get a sergeant that's got a ship full of rookies that, sometimes that's hard. You're trying to train them and maintain them, but when you can get a guy like this that's got 10 years, you just plug him in. Then it's almost like having another supervisor to help with the guys and mentor them. So
How many deputies do you have on the road at night?
so when we're fully staffed, we'll have 4 deputies working and a shift sergeant.
But before the riverboat, there was one.
Yeah, no,
working.
we are staffed very well, but I mean, I guess it's hit or miss. Yesterday, our day shift was unbelievably busy, running from call to call to call, like domestics during the day on a Tuesday, which is not usual. I mean, that's not the usual time. Usually, it's in the evenings and mostly on the weekends, but it was just days like that they're running on. Construction's been tough on us. That's led to a lot of things, and but not to get too far off target here. So the only problem that the lateral thing had caused is then you have people who have been here and been loyal to you that didn't get that opportunity. So I have 3 guys that it really affects, that I think would be a big boost to morale if we honored that same thing for them to take care of our own. And that would be Detective Sergeant Ziegler, Sergeant Pendergast, and Sergeant Cochran.
Where are they in your budget? Are they in 11,014?
14 and 27.
I don't have a problem with that. Does anyone else? Is anyone else?
So you're saying if your line here says 4 sergeants without lateral, 283, so you're saying it's just about an $8,000 difference to get those guys up to the same level?
That's
In space.
And it's about 14,000 total.
It's just basically honoring their prior police service prior to coming to Dearborn County, like we have for the new laterals with the policy change.
And then the other thing was that ordinance that the commissioners passed that we funded for the rest of 25 and then for 26.
84 hours.
Yeah.
And just to touch on that a little bit. So traditionally, we've always worked 12-hour shifts, except for on Sundays, and Sunday is the short day and they work 8 hours. Well, the problem gets to be with that, then that lowers your staffing level for certain times, and Sundays are generally our busiest day. So then if anybody takes off, or you got somebody out and somebody takes off, then you're short staffed, you got to post overtime. And it was just always a real pain. And Captain Hartsburg's shift was always a pain too, because he had floating holidays at times, or he had different days that came off. So then he would be off on Sunday. So we were just always short, and it was just always a pain, constantly looking to schedule every week. And a lot of other departments had went to the 84 hours. So it's just easier to keep everybody the same, and every shift is a 12, and then your coverage is really good, is the main thing. And I mean, I know it's a $55,000 increase, but we could go back and figure it up. But I mean, I bet 50% of the Sundays we probably paid overtime trying to get shifts covered. So I think there'll be it won't be completely that increase, but it will be an increase. But ever since we went to that, it's been great. I mean, we don't have to look at the schedule every week and try to figure out who we got covering or move people around, and it's worked out well.
Okay, so I think that, does anyone else have any other questions with the sheriff's budget, location 6? And we're doing the 3 vehicles out of CCD. Everyone good with that budget?
Works for me.
Then we're looking at location 20, which is the jail.
Yeah.
This is essentially the same as last year.
Yeah. I do have one thing to discuss with you guys with the jail that I want to look at. So our part-time folks that we use to do court security and things like that, we've been very lucky. Some of these guys have hung on with us as long as they have. And I expect they always tell me every year, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. I think I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go, but they hang in there. So we've been looking at that. So finally, we moved a full-time person over to court security. She was a sergeant in the jail, and we don't have any kind of layer of the Lieutenant McGowan, who's the assistant jail commander, he kind of oversees court security, but he also has, the day-to-day stuff in the jail. So moving Jen over, what we want to do is, currently she's a sergeant, but we explained to her that there's no way that she could take that sergeant slot. But what I would like to do is bump her down to a corporal once we promote the jail sergeant to take her place. And then I would like to add another corporal. So that way we'll have a corporal in court security to kind of oversee court security, and then add another corporal. I don't need any money because it's only like $3,000. What?
You upset your accountant.
Then he's gonna arrest you. Then he's gonna arrest you, Leah.
Well, it's something that timing, I can't help how things occur. So one thing it'll help is it'll shrink the part-time hours, because now we won't need those part-timers to cover as much here, because she'll be here every day. But basically it would just be moving a line from like a jail officer to a jail corporal, essentially.
I think he's gonna take a sergeant down to corporal to oversee here.
You're full right.
It's just taking the officer, and the additional 3,000 the officer would be a corporal.
So you're leaving,
But we'll absorb that, and we won't take.
are you leaving 5 sergeants?
Yeah, nothing changes with the sergeant because I gotta have her role in the jail.
But
But I'm not allowing her, I'm not allowing her to come over here as a sergeant. She can come over here as a corporal.
So you're adding a slot for her to bump down into?
So really, it would just be taking one of the jail officer 11 to 11 and bumping one of them up to the jail corporal. It would just be switching those two spots. Does that make sense?
So you're gonna go to 5 and 32.
Correct. Yeah, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but that's what, so currently there's 4 corporals
Yes.
and then 33 jail officers.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, so it would just be. Yeah, that's what it would be.
So you're moving that full-time person to where?
Court security,
Okay.
rather than having,
But she's going down into jail officer. Is that what you're saying?
she would bump down to she would bump down to one. So basically, whoever gets promoted to sergeant, then she'll leave that sergeant's role, stay as a corporal. So I'm just taking one of the jail officer lines and adding them as a corporal, so that we can stay fully staffed with supervisors in the jail. Yes, ma'am. And so it'd just be taking one of the jail officers and bumping them to corporal. So it would be 5 and 32 is what you said, Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that'll still cover your jail responsibilities? Okay.
Yes. Because if the sergeant's off, then the corporals run
So-
the shift.
You'll have a corporal here who's managing court security, which is the folks who sit here and the folks who sit across the way at Hoosier Square.
Correct.
How many, besides that person, are those folks all part-time?
No, Eric's full-time.
5 full-time.
Yeah, there's some kind of dual role people, but for the most part,
And how many part-time?
what are we down to?
Steady.
Yeah, but we could, if I lost 3 or 4 of them tomorrow, that wouldn't be surprised, just because they're just.
Wouldn't be surprised, but you'd have a hole to fill.
Well, with having her,
Yeah.
that helps tremendously with the coverage, with instead of depending on part-time.
Okay.
Did you talk?
That's like Terry.
Yeah,
Happy,
right.
all the time.
Yeah.
So are you, we were having some conversations yesterday about part-time rates and the 3 different tiers. Are you comfortable with where you are? With those part-time folks doing court security, or do you feel like those folks need to be bumped to that next tier?
So are they making 18 or 19? 18.
Feedback, whatever you want, because there's a like 19.
There's a range 19 to 23 for the next tier.
I mean, we're relying on those guys to carry guns and be proficient with weapons, and
That's what we
you
said.
know, they're basically the front line from stopping anything happening here at the courthouse. I mean, to me, that
You don't need them till you need them.
that job's worth more than 18. I don't know that it necessarily needs to be 23, but I think maybe.
Well, you have the
next
flexibility.
level is,
Yeah.
is 19 to 23 for people with special skills.
So you
Right.
decide what you want to
Okay. You need to know that now.
kind of sort of. So we can put the money right.
I mean, I think since we're making, I mean, I think 20 would be fair. And with adding, even though we're not adding money to the part-time budget, with adding Jen McInich over here to absorb a lot more of those hours, I think we should be fine with what the part-time money
We
is.
don't need their individual rates. We just need to know that he wants to bump them to that 3rd tier,
Well,
right?
they wanna,
Right.
they wanna get close to,
Yeah. we'll get-
but we just didn't wanna get something out of line with somebody else that, you know.
Yeah, and all of them do the same duties, so they should all really make, whatever we decide, they should all make that
that's
same
kind
rate.
of cute, which-
20's the number.
You guys think that's fair?
Well, we're looking at what the part-time skills were for different levels, and they're currently at level 2, which is 18. And because they are special, they do have special skills, which is at next level 3. And that's between 19 and 23. So someone who is carrying a gun, I think that's qualify for special skills. So, and that range is 19 to 23, but we do ask for council to approve, that change. So in discussions yesterday, I think everyone here believes that anyone who's licensed to carry a gun or trained to carry a gun, then that's certainly qualified to me as a special skill. So we're open to changing their level from 2 to 3, but that's also your call because it's your department.
And so you said 5 full-timers who work court security? Don't worry, the recording's on.
Those tiers are.
You have 5 full-timers who work court security, and you're not concerned about that?
No,
Okay.
they're all the people that work court security are senior people that have been here
All right.
quite a while.
Great.
And the jail officers, that wouldn't be cutting too close to what they're getting paid.
Well, and I think when we
With the
had talked about
benefits
this
and
before, they also get a very nice benefits
Right.
package that, we're not paying to those part-time folks. And, that is if I do with happen to lose 3 of these, I don't want to call them older guys, but senior tenured guys. Experience, thank you. Is that appropriate, Glenn? Is that nice?
That's nice.
He's super experienced.
Especially with happy and.
Right, so, it would be hard to probably attract many people that want to come do that for that rate, but
So we're gonna leave your budget 115, but change you can start paying them 20 and 26 if you want.
okay.
Yeah, it's just plain money.
Right.
Plus they get a burn up your ammunition instead of their own.
Is everyone good with that?
I'm good.
Okay, so is everyone good with the jail with photo things? The next, it comes out of county general as well, so everyone's good with the bullet money that they get, and then the other part of the jail money is county general portion, which is $787,000. And we've had to move all their health insurance into the commissioner's budget, so there's just a few changes. I remember inmate medical going up, so that's not out of the ordinary, and that's the big change. Is everyone good with his county general budget for the jail? And then we moved campus security, we usually move that into the courthouse. And that's the same.
Everything else is.
There's no change.
Hume Cat's the same. So that's everything in the jail and the sheriff's budget. Any other questions for the sheriff?
Shane, when we had juvenile, I think it was juvenile in here the other day, we were talking about fresh fruit and whatnot for the juveniles. Does Kathy procure any of those things? Does she procure all the rest of the food, just not that, or does she get that for them as well? Do you know?
I thought they said that somebody else goes.
Leah
Well, I
said-
think we said that.
Yeah, Leah said that,
Yeah.
yeah, that's not, that's in juvenile's budget.
Yeah.
And I think that you said that typically they procure that.
The rest is, yeah, and it's been a little bit of a challenge over time it's gotten better, but. I mean, as we were sending food over and they admittedly were just throwing it away and because the kids didn't want this or didn't want that. They would eat some other kind of thing that they want instead, so we've kind of fixed that waste problem, so. But I think, I think they probably get some fresh fruit. They do from like I know sometimes.
It comes out of the juvenile
The
budget.
clearinghouse has like extra stuff that they can't get rid
Right.
of and like we try to utilize that the best because they're gonna throw it out otherwise.
We just know how far the matriarch's able to stretch her budget to get a lot of food for folks, and if she had better ability to acquire that healthy fruit for them versus, I don't know if we're just going to IGA or going to the gas station or if we're going to Kroger where we're
I'm
getting our
not sure,
fruit.
but I mean, we can encourage whoever's doing that to communicate and figure out if we can order through the company that. So I mean, some of the food companies, we get rebates.
That's something that doesn't have a big shelf life either.
Right.
It would be a conversation between Josh and the matron, but it comes out of the juvenile
I
budget.
said matriarch at night instead of.
Yes, you
matron.
did. Any other questions for the sheriff?
Oh, yeah.
Any other questions or comments for the sheriff?
No.
We're
Good.
done. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you, guys. Dennis, I'll check in this and I'll give him a call.
Thanks for getting
No
us
problem.
back on schedule, Sean.
Yep, thank you, guys.
Appreciate your flexibility.
Most wonderful talking to you.
Yeah.
They took that picture of that truck.
I always forget to say, she's the best, but she's the best. They both keep.
We know.
They both keep me straight. Great job. Connie's always helpful. So we appreciate all you guys.
Thank
Thank you very much. So next is the health.
Amy. Doctor, you not coming? We like to do it.
Those live streaming?
Yeah.
He's at work.
Change.
I said,
Oh, it is.
we posted it out there.
Sorry.
It's not simple. Office our last,
What location number?
Location 140, but I'm having trouble finding.
it's all the way in.
Yes.
What did mine miss?
Put mine all in order today before I left, that way I don't have to look.
Usually what I do is once we finish one, I pull it out and have them separate, so my pile keeps getting smaller, but this year I didn't do that. We were bouncing back and forth so much.
Okay. All right, Amy, see what changes we have.
Any leads on your vacant nurse position?
We actually hired a new nurse. Her name's Natasha Hall. She started 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Leah, did you put that placeholder in there for the COLA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the health,
We changed the shifting to $5,000 from nurse to clerk. That was really.
Okay.
And the reason we wanted to do that is because when I did asset mapping for our community, I found that health navigation was a huge gap. So I've required that clerk to become a licensed health navigator. Which not only are there very few of them in the county, but with all the changes happening to Medicare and Medicaid, we need a health navigator. And she's right there on the spot, so.
So that's kind of helpful. helping people get
It connects them to their insurance or
supplemental.
any changes, all of those things, yeah. It's a really rigorous licensing. The test is 100%, you can't miss anything on it. Yeah. But again, there are not many. SIUC used to do them, but they only cover one portion. They only do Medicaid now, so it's become necessary.
Are people getting used to the new location?
Yes,
Okay.
I don't know the number since then because I've had a lot happening. But from March 17th when we moved in until May 31st, we saw 4 times the number of people than we saw the entire year before here.
What are they coming for? Are they coming for vaccinations?
For everything. We don't just do vaccinations anymore. So I have all the clinical staff out there. When I talk, I just want to preface this with, when I say regulatory, that means food and sewage. When I say clinical, it's everyone else. So everyone else in the clinical space, I train them to do everything. They can all do everything except give a vaccine because only nurses can do that, but they can do blood pressures. We do glucose, we can do A1C, we do cholesterol, lead testing, STI, HIV, hepatitis.
Do you think that increase is because of accessibility there, or are they sending them straight from one side of the street to the other?
It's accessibility is a big part of it. A lot of those services, especially around harm reduction and some of those other testing, people didn't want to come through security, walk past prosecutor, walk past courts. So that's been part of it. And then, you know, if you've got 4 kids in a pumpkin seat, it's very difficult to wrangle them through security. We have a lot of seniors who can't find us. And then, you know, we tracked for 2 years the complaints so that we had some good data before even deciding to move. But especially for our seniors, because we, as you all probably know, we have an aging population and they need a lot of additional care. So it's been really great for them because they can walk straight in. There's no stairs, nothing like that to manage.
I guess my only concern, I definitely understand the benefits. My only concern is like with the Health First money going down.
That's what I said.
I just don't know how sustainable that's going to be, if there's going to be funding for
Good
the
question.
grant.
I thought ahead way before we even knew there was a cut. So we've been doing pretty good so far this year already. We got an additional 600,000 in outside grant funds. I myself, without any of their earnings of permit fees or anything, have made is a 60,000 in outside funds. So we're actively working on that. I have 2 grants sitting on my desk that are due by Friday at 5 p.m. So we're always looking for additional funds. Those 2 things are not affected by Health First. The Health First is really rent, and you can ask, Leah can attest this, I've banked some rent. So we're good for a while to give more time to see what opens up, because a lot of doors closed very quickly after Sanidine and, you know, immunization and those kind of things happened. But some other doors are starting to open. So we'll be able to, I'm hoping, supplement, but it's been a very odd time. I don't know the nicest way to say that, but it never before ever in my career lifetime have I ever seen governmental changes happen this quickly and swiftly.
Yeah, because Health First went from what, million, 150 million to 40 million?
It went from 450 million to 40 million. It did. So our cut was 72%. But I think we've done a good job of fitting the needs into those budget funds.
So that the cut that you're anticipating for 26.
We've already had to budget for that and submit it to the state.
Yes. So this is good.
Yeah, so I mean, for the next 2 budget years from the state, that Health First will stay at the amount we have. And like I said, we did a really good job of budgeting those funds. And we have other funds to supplement. And again, things could change 20 times between now and the end of the week. I mean, that's kind of what we've been living in since March. But I'm confident that we can continue to maintain the services that we're providing.
So in the past, the health department has provided employee flu vaccines in this building.
And we'll continue to do that. We kept the shot room in the location here just for that reason.
But otherwise, the citizens can go to your location on Bilby.
Yeah, and we still have, we're doing outreach until the new bus comes. I'm only laughing because they keep putting it off. That's been a 2-year thing, but they tell me that it is now in final stages, which is quality control, so it should be here in the fall. And that is the size of a school bus. It's got 2 full medical bays, a full restroom, so I already have a route through the community plan so that we will also be in those rural areas.
For flu shots and such.
For everything.
Blood
We can
pressure
do
and-
everything from that bus that we do in the clinic. But we, again, have an aging population, so a lot of those seniors need us to come to them.
And that was a grant?
No, that was our COVID vaccine reimbursement funds that paid for that.
And then the maintenance of that is something, where is that in this budget?
Good question.
It's not.
It's not. However,
I mean, fuel and everything else, I mean.
well, we've never had to pay for diesel even with the old bus, so I never even
Where do you get it?
from the
From
county.
sheriffs?
It's not a lot. I mean, if you look at the log,
Being
it's
changed.
very, very minimal.
Then down the road, like say for 27, you're gonna need to have something in there for repairs.
Oh, and we
Oil
can,
changes and whatever.
we can, yeah.
All right.
Like this huge CDC Foundation grant that I have right now for linkage to care, it could cover some of those things too, because we have this for multiple years as well. But timing, we didn't know, the state wanted budgets early and they're just not on the same time frame with those budgets as you guys.
Of course, health is important to everybody, and I think that preventative health is cheaper. And that's one of the things that to me just blew my mind, like, why, if you're battling a Medicaid deficit, why would you reduce health first? Because you're gonna save money in the long run. I mean, not even like thinking about the, human lives or whatever, but just dollars and cents. It doesn't make sense to cut preventative care. Cause you're gonna pay for it more down the road, so.
Would you mind putting that in a letter that I can take to my legislators? Cause that's a big part of it. I mean, when they introduced MIHA, which is Make Indiana Healthy Again, all of those points that they discussed were all things that were part of Health One that they had just cut the funding for. But preventative is definitely our focus. We have a grow tower in the lobby. I mean, we get places to give us things too. I'm really good at finding stuff. So that we're offering fresh vegetables and greens to people. We're doing dining with diabetes. We're doing food as medicine as well too.
Is that done at Bilby? All that's.
Yeah. If you haven't been, please come and visit us.
I miss the open.
Yeah. Yeah, where Dr. Swanson was there. But if you were in this clinic and then you come out there, it's just,
How big is the building?
I'm not good at measurements. It's pretty big.
I don't have the
They're in
entire.
the bottom.
No, the
Thanks,
upstairs
sir.
is still unfinished.
That equals.
But we have offices, we have 2 separate exam rooms fully stocked. We have a storage room, we have our CPR room, we have an education space, so it's really been helpful. And we can hold classes there now because we have extended hours on Wednesdays.
When you give out free shots, is that based on?
That's what I said, Connie.
Well, we still ask if they have insurance. If they do, we run it. But if they don't have insurance or they're underinsured, then we have a checklist that shows us they fit into what's called a 317 program.
Amy, I'm not knowledgeable on this at all, so forgive me, but the VIMDOS clinic, is that what it was, the Volunteers in Medicine, when that closed, do you think that attributed to your uptick in visits or?
I was on that board.
Okay,
I abstained from a lot, being where I am in the health department. Those were whole different issues.
okay.
And it did not contribute to our uptick. The numbers we saw there were not large and they were counting duplicates, which you really can't do in patient care, because that was just meant to be a intervention.
Okay.
But also a place to get connected to insurance. And we lost that health navigator through St. Elizabeth who volunteered their time. So again, that pointed to that gap in services.
Okay.
But once the bus comes, we're gonna have a stop in Aurora just to capture those people who maybe go to the clearinghouse or a few other places. It wasn't many, mostly we were getting people who just needed prescriptions.
What's your address up there?
272 Bilby.
Thank you.
But don't ask me to spell it, cause I always think I before E, and I think that's right, but people tell me I misspell it all the time. Is that right? We're Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, except Wednesdays, we're open 8:30 to 7. And then again, when the bus comes, that route will change a bit.
Okay.
I mean, the hours.
Right.
where they-
Right.
What was the address again?
272
Oh.
Bilby.
So next to all those apartments and stuff, or condos.
St. Elizabeth, for some reason, owns the Google tag for that. So I mean, even when we were getting deliveries, they had a hard time coming because it would show up St. Elizabeth. And they don't know how to get
I
rid of
just
it.
put Dearborn County, Health Department in Google Maps and it came up down here.
Yeah,
So somehow, I don't know how you changed that. but-
Yeah.
I still get a lot of FedEx for them address.
So when,
Yeah.
when it was Dearborn County Hospital, we sold to St. E, was that part of that network then? And then St. E didn't want that building, or did we acquire this building?
It's across the street.
I understand that, but I'm saying, how did we get this
yeah,
building?
an investment firm owns it out of Indianapolis
We rent,
and we rent it.
and you pay that with the grant money.
We pay that with Health First funding. Yes.
Wouldn't that be nice if you could buy that building, put soil and water upstairs?
That's exactly what we were just
It's
thinking.
Well, it's for sale.
empty.
Seth Grenier is the owner, if you'd like to be
Who
connected
is
to
it?
him. Seth Grenier, he's in
Is he from here?
Indianapolis. If you want to be connected, I'm happy to connect you to him, but I will
What do you
warn
pay for,
you.
do you know?
Yeah, he wants a little over $1 million for the building, but I'm gonna warn you, that upstairs space there's nothing in it, nothing, like it's just a floor and a ceiling, that's it.
There's no plumbing or anything?
There's plumbing, but not like built to a restroom or anything, it's only for the sump pump.
It's 175,000 a year.
But it's huge, that upstairs space is huge, it's larger than us downstairs.
I think Dr.
You can buy that.
I think Dr. Clausen
And you can rent it.
and Rob Tees from
That'd be a
Farmers
conflict.
Retreat, they owned it.
We could buy.
And then they sold it to this guy from Indianapolis.
Yeah, Premier Properties, I think is the name, but Seth is the gentleman. And I'm sure he would be happy to unload it.
It would work for soil and water because down below you got a big parking area.
Well, there's plenty of parking on that
Yeah.
top end too.
Yeah.
Right.
Talking
But I
about
mean,
semis and stuff coming in.
No, that wouldn't work for that.
yeah,
No, it wouldn't work there.
Wouldn't have to.
but it's so big, like it wouldn't just be, you could fit multiple departments up there,
They
honestly.
could put
It's
NRCS and soil and water and.
You're thinking
everything.
the current owner is looking to offload it?
Oh, no, I know he wants to sell it. I know he does. In all of the negotiations that we had for the leasing, because initially we were gonna move into the upstairs and they were gonna roll the build out into the rent. But it just something happened that had nothing to do with us. It was more on the construction end. And St. Elizabeth was vacating their lease, so the middleman called us and said, hey, they're vacating their lease, we know you want to move quickly, and so that's why we just went ahead and rented it. It was move-in ready for us, and we didn't have to do anything, so that helped a lot. And it saved on the rent and some other things. But yeah, that upstairs is empty, and he would love for someone to.
So I'm just
Sure.
trying to think like, okay, so you're paying us out of Health First Indiana monies, right? So if the county were to purchase that, the rent money that you're currently paying would not,
Well, then we
Is-
would pay you, wouldn't we?
well, that's my
Well, you-
question.
You
Legally,
can't pay
could,
yourself.
Oh.
legally, could the county charge rent to a county agency?
But the Health First, could that be used on buying a building?
You're only allowed a certain percentage of capital outlays, so we couldn't use it to purchase the building. But we could use the funds to renovate. Because we didn't use any for that and you can use a percentage of that, you know, so in
But
lieu
you
of
would be
rent, we
renovating
could.
it for the health department, you were renovating it for the second floor.
But
Yeah,
it,
maybe you could move the health department upstairs.
well, no, we wouldn't even have to. It still would be, as long as they're a partner who works with us. That's,
We're talking soil and water. So
and we did just do a big back to school event with them.
So he's got more than that.
Yeah, because you guys all, yours is set up with Swanson's old examination room still in there when you went in.
Well, there were some changes to it because it went from orthopedic
could
surgery to
just
urology.
extension
Right.
And we
there
had
too, if we
like the
bought it.
x-ray machine and stuff to move, but it was more beneficial to us that way and it would be, we would rather stay down there. You know, I mean, cause it's, why waste money? Cause medical build outs are more expensive than office build outs. So, I mean,
It would be the sort of thing commissioners would have to.
Well, like she said, the rent goes up every year, so you'd be really kind of saving money.
It's 3.6
and again,
acres.
we can use a certain portion of that health one for those, for,
Then you'd be
1,700
guaranteed
square
that you
feet.
wouldn't have to move back downstairs.
and again, I can't think of a part of the county government that we don't partner with in some way, shape or form.
Right.
Like I said, we just did a huge back to school thing with soil and water. And I'm happy to email that report to you guys if you want. I mean, we helped a lot of families get ready for school. And I know that seems like an untraditional partner, but it worked out great.
Yeah, if you don't mind that, I'd like to have that email. You can she just email it to you and you forward it to us if you don't?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
How many square feet in that building?
10,000.
10,000.
And you,
2-story, right?
Yes, and
5,000 on each place. That's,
well, the top's a little bit bigger, which is the weird thing. I don't know why, but it's just a skosh.
How's your heating and cooling?
Now that it's fixed, wonderful.
Okay.
Cause it does already have all the HVAC in. The guy who came to maintenance it did warn me that whoever the initial builder was didn't complete all of the proper HVAC settings. So there's been some tweaking and rebuilding of that we didn't have to pay for. I mean, but it does have water. If you want to look at it, we can let you in because we can get to it from our space.
this is the thing, it'd be a collaboration between commissioners and council. I mean, commissioners would want to have to buy it and the council would have to be able to provide the funding for it. But it's something I think that we certainly could explore.
Yeah, and like I said, it's so big, you could fit multiple.
Well, we're paying the rent for the county extension office of like
Right.
18,000 a year.
That's federal paying that, right?
Yeah,
You do.
that's county.
no, we're paying
The
it.
county
For what
extension
now? Oh,
office.
the extension.
Extension.
Yeah.
But feds are paying for the NRCS
Should they pay us?
and the
And
FSA
Okay,
Yeah,
rent
we
out
could
there on
probably
Randall
charge them.
Avenue.
right.
We do a lot with the extension office, a lot. I mean, like every single week we're doing something with them. I mean, they just came and borrowed some of our equipment, so yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
That'd be
It would be helpful to us too, because
feasible to
again,
look at.
they're
Good
there.
synergy there.
So let me ask you, if you have to have bids and we can't pay any more than the highest.
Yeah,
bid,
the-
right?
No, I think
Yes.
it's, you have to have at
Appraisal.
least 2 appraisals and you
Appraised
pay the
value.
average of the 2.
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
That's better. Like praise high, right? What do you think? You're in real estate.
I mean, that's what it was when we bought the CVB building. That's what the
Right.
statute was or whatever. You had to get 2 appraisals and it has the average of the 2. All the moves.
Is
Yeah, appraisal.
real estate pretty high, like right now?
Well, you're kind of, if you're talking a commercial building like that one, that's kind of a strange location for a commercial building for other uses. I'm thinking of more or less retail or.
Well, it's definitely better that it's for sale. We're not pursuing them and saying, would you
Well,
consider selling it?
Yeah, and it's gonna all be up to the guy selling the thing.
Well, the thing of it is,
Appraised, you can't pay it, right?
No, you can't.
we could look on Beacon and see what he paid for it.
1054
1054 is all.
$1,054,000.
Oh, $1,054,000.
$1,054,000.
I think so.
And so they reached some cost in doing the second floor.
Yeah, you'd have some.
We already have a
build-out
pro
costs.
forma worked out down here. Don't worry. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but you'd save that 18,000 that we pay. You'd save them 9,000 that they're doing. they
What's
need
the
to do.
18,000?
extension.
extension office.
That's all.
We pay
They pay
City
rent.
of Aurora.
In 2021 is
Mean for
purchased for
Purdue?
$1,054,000.
Yeah.
That's 18,000 a year.
Do you also pay their utilities and stuff?
Purdue,
Yeah.
I think she's talking.
That
Purdue
includes, that
extension.
includes janitorial as well, so.
Mhm.
That's when
Anyway.
it's 1,600
That
a
would
month,
be
they
a-
said.
What?
Feasible.
That's when it was 1,600 a month or something.
It's worth, it's
they
worth.
said.
You can move
invest-
extension office up there and
That's
it
why I
was
said
she hasn't
1,600.
control of water.
Yeah.
And you
There's a-
recoup-
19.2.
You
that's what it
recruit
comes out
something
to.
from NRCS and FSA out.
If they
on
would
rental.
lease from us, sure. What's
I
something
wonder
we
if the federal government can pay the county like that.
That's what I say.
I don't know why
But we
they couldn't.
pay Aurora, so it's one
Yeah.
entity, you know, non-taxable entity to another. I don't know why
Thanks for
that's
everything you're
Yeah, I'll
doing.
put it on the radar for the commissioners.
Something we will consider working with the commissioner. and see
Send
what-
me his contact and I'll send it to these guys.
Yeah, no worries. Not building related, did you have any other questions? I'm sorry. Yeah.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. It's our job to serve the public and we want to provide them, you know, with the best care that we can with what we have, and we will continue to do that for as long as we can. But again, we've increased what we do. It's not just giving a vaccine, so
Right.
just keep that in mind. We do a lot of things that aren't traditional, so.
Appreciate it. Thank
No,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I would mirror Shane. I call me a wizard all the time.
Is it because she has that hat, fun hat?
Yeah.
Boy, she's
We'll have to get her.
magical numbers, but these two ladies are phenomenal.
And right back at you.
Thank you.
We've got some good county people.
Employees go up there and get a flu shot.
No, we'll come here and give them to you.
That we'll get an email for when they're gonna have hours here.
Yeah.
If he wanted to stop up, if he's.
Oh, yeah, you can come anytime you want. You can, if you wanna just come out there, you
I
can.
just wait till you get here.
Yeah, we can do it
Just
here.
go around back. But the parking lot actually goes around back.
Yeah.
Does it?
It's not like you're, gotta
Yeah.
get around back.
I don't know, being proactive.
It's all built like on a hill.
Those are.
Oh,
So
So they're
not
at
parking lots, I guess, and you just go around down two
Oh, okay.
ramps and then you,
I don't like to do the beacon up there.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Amy.
No, thank you. And I'm sorry. Can I steal a note so I remember to email the back to school report on your other?
No, but I mean.
Contact
You
information.
wouldn't
Bill.
necessarily have
There.
that.
I'm happy
I
to do
might
that.
even get his.
I'm sure
Same
you
thing
do.
now.
We have layout plans of the top floor. You know, if you want those.
Whatever you got.
They could get, you could get some.
I heard
Yeah.
this morning coming in on WSCH
You know?
that
Where?
they were looking for potential.
Excellent. Thank you guys.
candidates in
Thanks,
the
Amy.
school.
Do you, I was telling him maybe that there's probably some empty office space back industrial too.
Industrial, right?
I know,
Well, it sounds like,
I know Mike's got.
One Dearborn had been working with Soil and Water and proposed a site and said, you know, you can have the site. So I would like to think they would have, any building availability, they would have, that's in their inventory anyway.
Well,
Oh,
Mike,
yeah, like the athletic club or something like
That's
that.
what I said. You could put, they could actually drive semis back there to that parking lot.
Talking about building this.
Hey, you guys,
Vacant
actually
site.
too, that
That-
guy's appealing.
vacant
to
land,
the
right?
Building
Mike
say
was saying.
it's not worth that much because the upstairs is not done.
So at his word, it's not worth that much money.
Yeah, he's appealing.
Who's appealing it?
The guy who
The
bought
guy
it.
that-
Guys bought it.
It's lower the value. We could only pay the average.
Yeah. Go in and steal it.
No, this is $100,000 building. You're right. We can only pay
He's saying the
$100,000.
assessed value that Megan has on that building is not correct because the upstairs is totally empty.
But what he paid. was
What she got on it?
Yes.
I can't remember what it is,
894 or something like that. 893.
so.
So it's
So
less
he's
than what
gonna
he
take
paid.
less than what he paid for it?
So he's,
So he paid, that's the assessed value and he's trying to get that knocked down.
And we're
So-
supposed to be close to market, but. that's-
so he's actually saying that it's not worth that 899,000. And he paid one.
Everybody says that when they're paying taxes on it.
Yeah. I bet he gonna sell it for that.
We circle back to location 51. Where did we end up on bituminous 21807? Did we end up with leaving it at 1.5 or not?
That's the first place we're gonna have to cut.
I mean, that's what, if you're gonna try to get balanced, that's probably it, right?
Right.
Cause I would like for us to finish today. I think that if we, continue making some serious progress, and this discussion was off track, but it was worthwhile. But I just think that if we can focus,
That's
when we
fine.
come back.
Yeah.
Um,
And my comments to Todd were that we would still invest that kind of money in roads and streets. But that doesn't necessarily mean bituminous. We just talked about 4 different bridges that we're throwing, you know what I mean? So which could have been part of a community crossings grant. So we're throwing well more than $1.5 million towards road and that was what I said to him. Hey, to me, from what I talked to people when I ran for office was roads are a priority. And we're gonna continue to invest in our roads
I
and
think all of.
Well,
right.
everybody uses the roads.
Right.
You can't just say, other things that we deal with. Certain groups only use them, everybody.
I
uses
just
the roads.
wanted to say that I had to tell him that, but I did not say, and then it can all go in bituminous.
we need that for the rest. We need that
Well,
for
you
the rest.
couldn't, you
Right.
can't get a word in edgewise with me.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can tell that he was really worked up about his salary.
He was worked out before he even came in, when he started.
Oh, yeah.
I even said, lighten up a little bit, and he didn't even crack a smile.
No, he was wound up.
So you've got it at 1.5 still?
Yeah, I just plugged it in at 1.5 just to fill it in.
Okay.
So you have all the numbers plugged in except for the prosecutor and extension?
So where are we at, Leah?
But you don't have them plugged in at their requested, you have them just zeros.
Right.
Well, what is it with those at zeros? And then we can just add in their 2 total budgets currently.
That's it. Stays on.
Prosecutor, 116. 521 out of county general.
You guys were leaving planning and zoning as it is, except for the 3% wage increases.
I think so.
That would take it to same as last year, wouldn't it?
Yeah, she added some.
Liz, you know the location number for the extension office?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy.
Where'd you guys go last night for your walk? What?
Yeah.
And then. Oil and water, leave it as is with the rent with.
I'd leave that $20,750 as us.
And
You know.
Yeah. I think we almost have to, because if they don't have access to the folks' computers, they're gonna have to.
She updates those numbers, and then if the prosecutor and extension are at 0 on hers, the requested budget, Lynn has 2 that are in county general, and the extension, that's right about $2 million. So we would add $2 million, whatever Leah has, and get where are we currently?
I actually did plug in the extension office sites.
Oh, okay. So 1.7.
And you were good with the part-time increase on circuit? You can just. From one to the other really quickly. Circuit court, he requested an additional 20,000 in part-time. I didn't.
well, that's because he was phasing out that girl. Remember?
So it does make more sense to do that.
Whoever he's got working for him.
It's gonna go to part-time.
She's pregnant. I think he said she might be pregnant, maybe, or is she retired? Okay. Well, I guess
then go to
them
part-time.
2 don't go together unless you
It
hit the
could.
lottery.
We pay good here. A lot of people retire.
Yeah.
Not gonna say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there was gonna be no net change in the dollars, because he was gonna throw some in the part-time and then some bumps to those other people. But we'd be saving the $20,000 in
Yeah.
health benefits for that person.
Yeah.
What's up?
Right. We think the ice house. Yeah. Yeah, we need that, yeah. Need it there. Yeah.
Oh, they pour water on the semis. I think that's more or less a convenience.
That's what I was gonna say, that
Don't buy a building based on
probably
that.
doesn't happen very often.
No,
It
they're-
don't have to happen at all.
I was more curious about the equipment, don't the, so they
It-
they park for like no-till drill and that kind of stuff there?
Three parking spots is all you need for that.
Okay,
Yeah, it doesn't take up.
I didn't know if they had combines and that kind of
I
stuff
think-
there too.
No, it's just a no-till drill and a brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could fit in 3 parking.
Everything but the
spots.
prosecutor,
Yeah.
and what do you have?
Yeah, cause I think the no-till is maybe what,
8, 9
Did you
feet.
hear that,
wide.
Liz?
8 to 10 foot long.
With everybody but the prosecutor, you're at 22,567, and then if we add 1.6, the prosecutor's 1.6. So it'd be 23, 24, 2 about. Currently,
Is that good?
Prosecutors county general is 1.1.
she has 2 county general funds. Right? The next one is,
Yeah. she
and his
does.
521, so altogether that's 1.6.
2/3 of that is reimbursement, we still need to. Yeah, it's a 2.6. She's got 1 new casework.
So is that good, Dana's question? I mean, if you go to our, we need to be at 22 to be balanced, right? I mean, our total operating receipts are 21.9. So to have it, so to be truly balanced, we gotta be at 22. So that's putting us basically 2 million in the riverboat.
But she's got 1 million in river already in there.
That's counting the 2 minutes at 1.5.
Okay, so my experience is we break for lunch, come back fresh. And then we can, at some point, Leo need a break to give us where we are.
And Indiana just got rated like #1 in the country for road quality or something like that. Did you see that?
Number 2.
Including
Yeah.
him?
So let's just break for lunch.
Mr. Run?
Let's come back. Trying to wind this
Yeah.
up today.
1 o'clock?
What do you need from us, Leo?
No, I'm with you. I was really expecting Todd to say something about these dead end roads that he was talking about last year, but I guess it was all pie in the sky.
One thing that everyone needs to think about is his request for a bond.
Yeah. He makes compelling arguments.
This is not good before either.
Not to say bad. Let's go get some lunch.
Okay, well, we're back at 1 o'clock.
Did you call him?
He said he'd meet us at the ice house.
All right. I'm going to lunch with Dearborn and get that.
Sounds good.
$3,000. Found somebody else to buy some. Maybe I can hit Pinhead up, anything.
Grandpa and the $3,000.
You know, his brother.
Sweet, Danny.
And I'm leaving the live stream on, so if we talk about anything.
First Wednesday of the month at noon, everyone.
Oh, it's gonna start.
Hear it? I hear it.
Told him to get on.
You guys what?
You have it, huh?
Let's go to the ice house and sit by Mark.
Stare. I'm not running the restroom.
No, go for it. Oh, look, right.
recording, so.
Hey, Eric.
This is a test of the Dearborn County Government Emergency Notification System. In the event of an emergency, you will be notified of the emergency and instructions will follow. Again, this is only a test. This is a test of the Dearborn County Government Emergency Notification System. In the event of an emergency, you will be notified of the emergency and instructions will follow. Again, this is only a test.
We're the first ones back.
Look at that.
We were worried we're gonna be late.
Well, we should have named that, they drive up to Will's Grill every day.
Get
Must get a Reuben or something, sauerkraut on it.
Every day. We eat the same thing. I told Granny, like my dog, I feed her the same thing every day.
I ate so fast, I gotta stand up a
I'll
while.
tell you what, my belly's full walking down that street.
We didn't get our food till like 12:40 something.
So you had to eat it like somebody's gonna take it from you.
Exactly. Well, Pinhead's still eating when we left. His brother.
He'll be down there. He won't be worth a shit golfing tonight.
Yeah, he'll be drunk.
He even if he wasn't drinking, he wouldn't be worth a shit.
I played with him before.
I know.
He ever tell you about that time we went?
He had to play with the women, didn't he?
We went up to, well, that was different. I mean, we went up to Brown's Run. We left, we were up there with Frank Bogus, and it was me and him and Greg Graff. And I think we left about 7:30 in the morning. We never got home till 4 o'clock the next morning.
Jesus.
We went every bar from Hamilton to Middletown to Hamilton to, we ended up at the Cayetta Club. I still have my golf shoes on. We was playing pool and me and Greg was partnered up and hell, I was standing on the pool table and everything else on the side of it, you know, trying to backflip off of there. It was crazier and shit. But all of a sudden Pinhead said, "God damn, Joel, how many guys are playing pool? Like just me and Greg against them two." So there's about 4 more of them got pool sticks in their hands. I'm
Get
like,
right.
I'll be damned.
Get right. Oh God. I remember them days. One Friday we got off work. I still had my FedEx uniform on. We had to work that Saturday. I never did change. Stayed out all night, went right back in.
Yeah, that's bad news.
1 o'clock, where is everyone?
Hey,
We've been here waiting. We didn't get our food at like 12:40.
We punched in, hey. Needless to say, my belly's tight. We had to eat quick.
My belly's tight all the time, buddy.
Here's the updated thing, which I'm with you. I say we just keep it as is.
Yeah. I think there's one guy who might push back on the park fund, but I feel pretty firm on that.
Really ain't that much, you know. Did you get that?
No, so thanks.
He's back and talking to me. I'd be willing to give him. He made it. He does bring a lot of money in, and he's his own worst enemy. He won't shut up.
Mm-hmm.
He comes off
Yeah.
pushy and arrogant, this, that, and the other. But looking at, I'd be for giving him some more money, but I don't think the rest of them. I don't think that's the way everybody feels.
I told Liz, I thought she's maybe some more than 3%, but not what he's asking for.
Yeah.
Liz said,
Because he's gonna get the other part, he's gonna get, if we give cost of living.
yeah, that's been, so what if we did do that? Half a way asking, but then what, 3% on top of that?
Yeah, I'd be willing to do that too. I'd go up.
I told Liz that we didn't do ourselves any favor that because we made a decision 2 days ago before he made a sales pitch and we all said, no, then give him the 3%. You know what I mean? So
That was compelling.
yeah, absolutely. He could have done that without that. Nicole, remember I told you some sob story. I mean, he was worked up. You could tell he was worked up, but
When you said was, he
he didn't even
acknowledge it. He wouldn't even acknowledge. It's like he couldn't hear, like he didn't
Right.
hear it.
You know, it's because we need an afternoon coffee. When's the barista come by?
Yeah, no doubt.
Mm.
I don't think you need any coffee. You got enough energy.
Yeah, you say that.
But
But I'm like a hummingbird. As soon as I sit down, I fall asleep. When I come home from work, if I sit down on the couch for 10 seconds, I'm asleep.
Really? Probably because you go full steam ahead.
I'm using After, anytime after 7, I'm like that.
Yeah.
Bathroom?
My hands.
Thanks for the fun distribution.
So who do we gotta look at still? Prosecutor?
She's coming in.
That's it?
An extension office.
Extension's coming, but I already.
There's nothing really there, right?
Nothing on the planning and zoning, right?
I didn't change anything.
What, you took their
I
money
took that
back?
3% pay increases off.
Would that probably took him down to the last year, didn't it?
She added some extra stuff in there, like for something permitting. Something.
I wonder if Andy did this.
Hello.
You mean?
Lynn?
You want to send yet or?
Hi, Bailey.
Here, I'll take this.
Yes, we've got two members who are not gonna be able to be here this afternoon.
For WAOK.
No,
Oh.
Dennis is coming, I'm sorry, just me.
Hi. How's it going?
Good.
She thought she was talking at one of the interns, go for a walk.
I have to spell that at my house, but he's even getting into the spelling of that word.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, she's onto it too.
Uh,
Oh, well.
Denny's gonna miss.
No, he'll be back this afternoon, he'll miss tomorrow. And Doug,
Well, everybody.
he should be back this afternoon, he and.
Oh, I thought you said we had two not here.
Yeah, I did,
For a while.
Okay,
he
I
is,
gotcha.
he is home.
Alright.
Oh, really, yes. She goes to fight. You won't let even like, so you know the thing.
Jeff, a minute, you missed this.
I did.
Yep,
I did. Yep.
you're crying in your beer.
Well, actually, Dan and I drank water and Pinhead drank beer for us.
I'm glad you weren't there. It was my day to buy, so.
He was still, he was still there when we left. So.
Yeah.
But we didn't get our food though. Like, you know how fast we got our food yesterday? It took forever today. We went to the same place.
Big lifesavers, we learned this whole basket's full of the green lifesavers.
Just a bunch of people sitting outside, Anthony Smart, Dell was.
Back to your office.
Lawyers were out there.
It probably tastes great, but it can't get past the color of green. Sorry, Lynn, we're still waiting on two more here.
You're fine.
I told Dan I was gonna get a salad, and then when they came, I didn't get a salad again.
Jim put
Got a
me
BLT.
That seems like a Jim move. Wait a second. Thank you.
You're interested to see what's going on.
So Mr. Mondell got 25 years.
I know. Not enough without
Nope.
POS. And I knew that was gonna be the case. It's just disgusting. Stephen Harmeyer from 812 called me last night. He had just done an interview with Melina and it's on the 812 Facebook page.
She graduated last year.
Yeah, she's in
Yeah.
her sophomore year at UC. She's studying to be a dental hygienist. So, if you guys have seats or case numbers. Sure. We asked Missy to come over for the new spot for child support that we were asking for. So, welcome. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But did you see it? They had a picture of him when he pled guilty. He doesn't even look like the same guy.
So he's
Put on some weight.
Weight, shaved his head and. Yeah. Whole different person.
So far, feel sorry for his kids. Are they still living? Is
The brother
her
and his
dad?
wife. Dad passed away
Oh.
in April, May. Yeah, he had cancer.
And the mother had already passed away, right?
Yeah, she was gone a couple years ago. The one brother lives on Blue Creek. I think it's Blue Creek. Right off St. Peter's. He and the wife. Have two children of their own and she's a hygienist at Euler. And she's got, her and the husband have the kids. They finished their basement. But then when I was at the Bright Parade, somebody said that they were gonna keep the house for a little bit, so,
The house in Picnic Woods.
I'm sorry,
The house in Picnic Woods.
yeah. So, but I don't know how long that plan was. I mean, it was a friend of the family, so they may not know either. Maybe if Melania gets a job, she can maintain it.
Yeah.
Once she graduates.
That'll be funny.
Talk about that in my dog case, that's the oldest daughter.
Oh. They have not another one. The young kids too, then.
Yeah, way down to
2 little boys.
Yeah.
The back.
15 or 16 months at the time of the incident, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then. The youngest one was 6 weeks. Something like that.
Weren't they in the car too?
Yeah.
The youngest were, they were on their way to J.C. Penney's to get pictures. At Colerain Avenue and something. And we thought we had it. I mean, because in Indiana for murder, you either have to show the act occurred in Indiana or the result occurred in Indiana. We knew the act occurred in Ohio, but we knew we had 7 minutes to get to the state line from where we think the shooting occurred. And our pathologist at Hamilton County Morgue was like, the doctor goes, oh, yeah, she was fine. She's pronounced at the hospital. Well, when you actually look at the definition of death, it's when the act actually occurs, not when it's pronounced. And she's like, oh, yeah, you're still fine. And then at the last minute, Jefferson and Garrett hired an expert. He was a pathologist out of Cleveland, Ohio, Cuyahoga County. He goes, she bled out right away. And so then we go back to our expert. She goes, well, let me go check with somebody else at the office. And the other one at the office was like, based on that, when they reviewed everything, yeah, we tend to agree with them. And we're like, seriously? We went to North Carolina, we picked up car seats, used as an exhibit for a trial. I mean, we had
The
all
county
the
spent a
money.
bunch of money.
Yeah, we did. And you're just like, are you serious? And we could have went through with it and it wouldn't have been double jeopardy. But at that point, why waste? Why? So then we met with Hamilton County prosecutors and then we shipped everything over there. The detectives came because we had about 12 boxes of, because we already had all the pictures developed and we had to make 2 sets, one we enter in for evidence and then one we keep. And we sent everything over. And then when we had that meeting that day at Cincinnati, there was 4 of us that went over, John and I, and Derek Stevens from the sheriff's department, and then the one who did our cell phones, Rodney Ripstead. And they said, okay, well, we'll get back with you. So then the detectives go, we have all the evidence, we're giving it back to you, or all the binders. I'm like, what do you mean you're not gonna be taking this? They're like, we'll get back to you. And then we get out to the parking lot, we schlep all the boxes back into my car. And then we start to come back over, we get to the airport and they're like, we'll take them back. We're gonna take the case. We thought you were trying to dump a dog of a case on us, but it's not at all, so we'll take it. And I'm like,
So were they public defenders for that?
no, Jefferson ended up, yeah, I think he was over there, but he ended up staying on the case over in Ohio. And then there was another female that was appointed. And then
As public defenders?
as public defenders, and then the prosecutors, I mean, they had to change. Trying to draw a blank on her name, Melissa. Yeah.
Powers.
Her last name, she lost the election, and so there was a Democrat who won Pawnee Village.
Yeah, Melissa Powers.
Melissa Powers, yeah. They said everybody left. This was like a mass exodus over there for attorneys, so we kind of knew something was
Judge too.
coming. So. Anyway.
Is EMA Jason Sullivan, he's not related to them, is he?
No, different family, yeah. He's from Dillsboro.
Yeah. I knew Jordan Sullivan, her brother.
Yes.
He was married to Mandy Clinton for a few years.
Okay,
Oh, they're not.
there's Jordan and I graduated with Jason from East Central. He was the oldest. And then Jordan, and then there's another brother.
Sister, I think, too. Holly?
No, that's Jason's wife.
Oh, okay,
Yeah. The only girl in the family was Stacy.
okay.
So we're advising everyone who appears that when our financial consultants gave us the look forward for what our revenue looks like for 26, because of Senate Bill 1, we're not only not flat, we have a deficit of 800,000. So Senate Bill 1 is still being analyzed, and other Association of Indiana Counties is looking to contract with perhaps Dr. Larry, the board, in Purdue, he's retired now, but to go through the budgets county by county and see what the impact is, but the initial, information from Baker Tilly is that we're gonna have a deficit. I mean, flat would have been bad enough, we're gonna have a deficit of $800,000.
Wow,
So we're having to make some difficult decisions.
decisions. I asked Missy to come over with regards to the new position for child support. Would you like to hear that first? Would that help, or is that something that's not even being entertained, given what you just were talking about?
We can just start wherever you want. We'll have to cover it all anyway, so.
Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and get started if you'd like me to, or, okay. I just had passed out some statistics for the office of kind of what's going on in the office. I think it's always kind of interesting for you guys to see what the prosecutor's office is doing. I know last year we came, juveniles tended to be the impending crisis, but last year slowed down a little bit. We had a few pretty serious and significant cases that started in 24 and that bled over into 25. The kids that got waived into adult court. There were 4 of them. One was like a possession of pornography. He was a student at East Central. The other was a boy, Straczynski. He was a student at one point at South Dearborn, and he committed an intimidation at someone, Long John Silver's, or it's one of the fast food restaurants there in Aurora, with a weapon. He got waived. And then we had 2 serious, one being a fatality and one being a serious bodily injury, almost catastrophic injury. Well, it is catastrophic injury from 74. One was a young man from Ohio. His case is still pending. He got waived. He ended up killing his friend on 74. They were speeding too fast. They were racing between 2 cars, thinking he could kind of slip in between his little Scion. It didn't work so well. He caught the back end of a Ford Explorer and ended up rolling it. And his friend who was in the back seat would have survived, except the big signboard that was out there for the speed reduction ended up getting the backseat passenger in the head, and he ended up passing away. And then the other girl we have, he's out on in home right now. And then the other is a female. She just got moved over to the adult jail because she just turned 18. This happened last September. She was from Northern Kentucky, and it was right around the same time as the other fatality on 74. She was driving too fast and ended up striking a retired state trooper from here in New Ulcis, Tom Becker. And he was in his full motorcycle garb. Thank goodness. It's probably the thing that saved his life. She ended up crashing him into an I-beam there on 74. And he was at university for close to a month. He really has no feeling, can't move his left arm. He has such nerve damage. So her case is pending. And like I said, I think she just got moved into adult court because she just turned 18. So that was kind of what we thought was like the impending trend of what we were seeing. While juvenile filings are somewhat down a little bit, at least as we're looking at them mid-year, it seems like what they're doing is pretty serious though. So we're seeing a bump right now is in Lawrenceburg City Court. For whatever reason, officers, especially state police, are traffic citing a lot of people. So we have those. Superior Court 2 had a busier year, not off by much from what Superior Court 1 has. And Circuit has had more filings this year than last year this time. So that's kind of a little bit of what we're seeing. It's interesting that our trends are a little bit different here in Dearborn County. Statewide, they're seeing less misdemeanors and level 6s being filed, but more major felonies. And what they're seeing across the state is that, and we're seeing a little bit of it, that what's happening is tends to be more serious and more time consuming than some of the lower misdemeanors and level 6 felonies. So it's just kind of an interesting trend. I mean, what you see before COVID and then after COVID, I mean, we were kind of on for a record year and then COVID hit. So anyway, I'll just give that out if that helps give any information. other office wise, I didn't request, much of a difference for anybody. I think it was more targeted for the employees that work hard, for pay bumps. The only part that I fell short on is Maddie Schmidt. She just left my office and I requested a budget of 72,000 for her position. I actually need 74,000. I just ended up hiring Jessica Butler. I feel like musical chairs for attorneys. I've really struggled this past year. We lost Jake Hawkins to the DEA. You just can't compete with the federal government when it comes to salaries. He's starting at like $110,000. So he ended up leaving, I think it was it May, April, May? That sounds about right. So then he left. And then I hired, who did I bring in right away? Oh, Jonathan Kunkel. We bumped him from Superior Court 2 to Superior Court 1. And then I had Dean Bakoven. And then it was right around 4th of July. I ended up firing him. It wasn't working. So I've been covering Superior Court 2 since the beginning of July. And I've just now been able to fill the vacancies. It's been interesting. I listed the vacancies at the local law schools, that being Chase and Kentucky, UC, and IU Indy, as well as the state prosecuting attorney webpage. And I only had one resume, which is astonishing, but I was able to actually snag them here locally. So Brendan Jones, he's an attorney over at Kirch Kashner, or over at the firm with Kirch Kashner, Botal and Schwartz. So he's joining the office here this coming Thursday. And then hopefully in the spot here where it's noted as open. And then I have Jessica Butler. She just started yesterday. So she'll be covering juvenile court because I lost Maddie Schmidt. She covered city court and juvenile court, but Maddie just had a baby in March and it was too cumbersome for the flexibility that she needed for having a new infant, basically, and then 2 children from a prior marriage of her husband. So she needed more flexibility than what the criminal world the government world could provide. So she's going to a private firm. So that's kind of been the musical chairs of the attorneys in the office. So
The salary that's on your schedule enough for the Jones?
yes, that part's fine. Because I have that as 95. Yes. The only goof I made was the one with Maddie Schmidt, that's 70. If I just need $2,000 there. Then the only other request is for a new caseworker over in child support. And I had asked Missy to come along. She's the supervising attorney for child support. Just to kind of talk about the need for one. If we're able to make this happen, and I'll turn it over here to Missy and she can share kind of what things are going on in the office. If we're able to fill the spot, that would be wonderful. The person who's interested does not need insurance. So it's one potential savings, but I'll turn it over to Missy because she runs the ins and outs on a daily basis at child support.
Hi, everybody.
Since he's show, I apologize.
I think I know most of you, so. I'm not as tall as Lynn, so sorry. I was just going to share with you some of the statistics about our child support office and tell you a little bit about what we do if you don't already know. We're pretty elaborate in our processes. We handle paternity establishment. We actually do DNA collection here in the courthouse. So we do that for all of our cases where we're trying to establish paternity. We do child support establishment, medical support establishment. Then we modify those amounts. We do contempts for people that aren't paying. We have processes in place for enforcement of child support where we can do a FIDM against people's bank accounts. So we monitor the money in their bank accounts and we can pull when it hits over $500. We do tax intercepts, both federal and state level. So if somebody's not paying and they're going to get a refund, we can pull that. We do income withholding orders to their employers. So that allows us to pull the money directly from their pay and not let it get into their hands before. We issue liens on cars, homes. We are increasing our felony non-support, so we put those in as well. And then part of kind of some of the numbers that we have, now I'm gonna share both in Dearborn and Ohio because we cover both. But our 2024 collections for Dearborn were $3,474,000. For Ohio County, they were $281,000. Our caseload for Dearborn and Ohio in 2024 is about 1,380. Our caseload as of May 22nd of this year is 1,357. The way that breaks down is I have 4 caseworkers. I divide the alphabet based upon the percentage of cases in the letters. Caseworker right now is covering 345 cases. If we added a 5th person in, it would reduce their coverage to 276 cases. The division of our duties within the office. So I have Jennifer Burwanger. She covers 25% of the cases. She's in charge of our state software and all the changes there. She runs all of my reports and monitors how we are trending because we are graded as we perform to the federal and state levels. And we use those reports, we're audited. So we have compliance processes. It's a very compliance-driven position. She also covers Ohio County, so she travels to Ohio County every other Thursday. And she is our certified DNA collector for LabCorp and DDC. So she does those functions. Jennifer Baxter, she covers 25% of our caseload. She manages all of my calendars and scheduling, which is quite a feat. I'm in Dearborn Circuit, Dearborn Magistrate, Judge McLaughlin, some Judge Cleary, then Ohio County, and then I also get special prosecutor appointment cases out of the county and special judge appointment cases out of the county. Let's see. Ms. Teeny Nola, she is my CSA, so she's in charge of, she receives all the communication from the state, from the child support division, and we have a lot of compliance processes that she works with me on. We're just coming up where we have to do our FBI investigations. Will have to all be fingerprinted, background checks, all of that compliance, because we handle federal tax returns, state tax returns, and all of that privileged information. We have to have all of our protocols in place so that there's no disclosure of that information to the public. And then Susan Lane, she has 25% of my caseload, and she's also our receptionist. So she sits at the front desk and handles all of the walkthrough traffic. And then I have Investigator Lusby, who does a lot of our serving, locating. That is a huge thing when, you know, when we're trying to get people in court, finding them, getting them properly served. And that is definitely a full-time job. And then we have Tammy Waite that sometimes covers our front desk. So the way Judge Neckengard is handling, like this morning, I had 20 cases set at 9 o'clock, basically. So it's kind of a rolling, who's there, everybody sits in the courtroom. And so my caseworkers all have to be there with me because as their case gets called, they come to the table with me and presents the case. So there's nobody downstairs. So then Tammy comes over when we're in court and just covers our front desk for us. For the 4D claims that were submitted last year, and this is reimbursement money that comes back to you as the county general and an unrestricted use. For Dearborn for 2024, it was $313,922. And for Ohio, we brought in $28,000. So those are kind of those numbers. I know I've thrown a lot of things out at you.
Missy, you said 1,380 cases amongst 4 caseworkers, and you also mentioned trending. What is that trending up? Is that fairly flat, the 1,380?
It's been pretty consistent. We really try. So we have a lot of protocols where we can manage our cases. Unfortunately, with child support, you're somewhat of a babysitting service. So we have to have a lot of review hearings and hold people's feet to the fire. They do a lot of job changing where then we have to issue new income withholding orders to new employers. It's a lot of just following people, tracking them, trying to keep everything in place to keep the money rolling in. So I wouldn't say the number of cases is changing, but definitely
The amount of work per case.
the amount of work I think has increased. people are not maintaining employment like they used to. They change jobs very frequently. It's very transient right now. And, you know,
Especially
we're-
once you start garnishing wages, right?
Yeah.
yes, yes. And once, so if I do a FITM on somebody's bank account, then they're not gonna put money in a bank account anymore because they figured out that I can pull the money. So then they'll put money in other people's names. It's like, it's kind of a one and done thing. Once I get the hit, I probably am not gonna get it back. So then I have to look for another avenue. We've also had, so January 1st, the guidelines for child support changed. And it resulted in about a 20% bump in what a person pays based upon the calculation. They hadn't been changed for, oh my gosh, probably 15 years. So they were very not related to the current economy previously. But then in January, everybody kind of went to a bump. Well, for modifications, we're supposed to modify the statutory criteria as like a 20% change or 1 year. Well, with that automatic 20% bump, everybody's eligible for modification. So in essence, then all of our cases were outdated. So now we're in the process of trying to bring them all up to the current level, which is more of a cost of living level. It's still low. If you look at my basic case, like 2 people at minimum wage, which is still $7.25 an hour, which nobody really makes anymore, for 40 hours in Indiana, the basic support for one child's $51 a week. So that's kind of what you're looking at. Nobody gets rich off of child support, but it's a very needed thing, especially in the current state of the economy. So,
Who sets that standard, that 20% bump? Who sets that?
it's statutory. Oh, the
State
the
legislature?
increase in the guideline.
In the level of child support. Isn't that what you said?
So the previous guidelines, if I had calculated somebody's factors, when you do a calculation, we look at gross income. Do they have other children? Do they pay support on other children? Do they pay a health insurance premium for the children? Do they have childcare costs for the children? How many overnights a year do you spend with your child? Those are all factored into getting the magic number of what child support is. And then there was a guideline, and when all those factors, it would spit out the number and say, this is what your child support is. Well, that schedule was about 15 years old. So they inflated it to try to bring it in today's dollar.
Who's they?
The Indiana Supreme Court.
Okay.
And then the legislature, when they approved the recommendations. The Supreme Court sets the schedule and then it gets approved. So then that created that 20% bump in almost everybody's calculation. So now that made everybody eligible for a modification this year, because that's what the statute says. It's 1 year from the date of the order establishing the amount, or a 20% change.
Most of it gets paid from 2 different pots of money, one from county general and then
Pretrial diversion.
maybe diversion. I'm not certain of all the,
Jeez, and
but you
people-
get child support money. I think we calculated about 40% of duties or something. I mean, there's a calculation of it all.
And as part of the process, we, our department is definitely busier than surrounding counties. I can give you some numbers. I'm gonna give you the 2024 numbers. So for our, Dearborn is 1,268 cases. Ohio is 112 combined, creates my 1,380. Compared to Franklin, they have 591 cases. Ripley, 894. Switzerland, 259. Decatur, 951. Fayette, 878. We are definitely a much busier department, even given that we have 2 counties, even if we just looked at Dearborn. And we provide, I was just in Ripley on a case where I had Judge King as a special judge for me. And I jumped in their office just to say hello. They only go to court 1 day a month. I go to court 12 days. In a four-week month, I'm in court at 12 days. Because I have hearings Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Wednesdays being the biggest circuit court. Thursday morning's my DO2, Thursday afternoon is my Ohio, and then when we have spillage, then it goes to Tuesdays. Judge Clary kind of bounces around when I'm in there. He doesn't have as many cases. It's usually when he's been appointed as a special judge, because that's just not how he's carved into. He doesn't have a lot of cases in the carving out of the judges that fall in my arena, unless it's something that he got appointed on.
So I have two questions on the budgets.
Yes.
More than two, but this first question that I have is in the prosecutor's budget problem. And in the
And the prosecutor's vice plus.
proper, I mean, your
Budget
basic
number.
budget, your first budget, location 18. And then it's also in county general for the 4D. You've got Ohio County's salary portion in both of these. Are they not reimbursing or how's?
Let's try. I think it's going to fail. We were attempting to do what Judge Nick Garth had did last year with, he was successful in bringing the Ohio County employees over into Dearborn. And so that's
And they pay, Ohio County pays.
correct. And the budget hearing for that is next Friday, and I'll be honest, because of this whole Senate Bill 1, I think it's going to fail this year, so I think it's probably all moot. I mean, to be perfectly honest.
What shows up here is an expense to us rather than a,
If she
Yeah, but
said
if I-
we could take it out, if, that's why I left it
Yeah, we could
separate.
take it out. I don't think Ohio County is going to go for that this year, is what, so I don't know that it's, because it's an additional $20,000, correct?
well, in your budget, it's 67,772 and in 4D, it's 39,155.
Almost 130,000.
Okay. It would be Ohio County, would be their portion's different,
That would be their portion.
okay? Yeah, I don't think they're going to go for it.
So how do we handle this?
Here, I mean, if she doesn't think it's gonna pass, I can just zero out those Ohio County portion. That's why I left them all separate. So if it didn't work out, I could just zero that one.
Granted, we'll know next week, the hearing next Friday, but in talking to a couple of the council members down there, it was the same reaction as what you had advised me of when I started. So, I mean, there's other ways I can go about it too with Ohio County. I can also go to the Attorney General and ask for a mandate from Ohio County, and that might be the approach that I take because it's not fair to the employees of Ohio County, and I don't think they quite understand that some of the employees down there are getting the benefits that they're not able to receive because they've been brought under Dearborn County. And so there's an ability to petition or challenge that through the Attorney General's office through a mandamus. But that's a whole different proceeding, so that might be the way I need to go. I don't know if you need to hold my budget until Ohio County meets
Oh, we
next
can't do
week.
that.
Okay,
We're finishing today. So it doesn't make sense. I'm having trouble figuring out. This is showing up as an expense, not as a revenue. So if we were to zero that out,
Then Ohio County would still pay their portion just in Ohio County, not
correct,
send
they're
us the
not,
money.
they're not paying per then.
Right,
Which
okay,
is what
so
I
then
was
you have to
asking.
adjust everything going down.
just the perk and the social security.
Okay. So going for us, for Dearborn County, doing our 26 budget in adjourning this afternoon. Should we zero those out?
Yes, I can't answer. Can't answer that
Well,
definitively.
we can't stay in session past this Friday. So we're gonna have to decide Dearborn County's budget. We plan to decide Dearborn County's budget today.
Okay.
So we're going to have to proceed one way or the other. Either leave it in there and hope that it changes or zero it out.
I think probably just zero it out because realistically, I don't think it's. The beautiful thing that Judge Nittengard has that I don't is the power to mandate, and I
Right.
don't. And so honestly, I don't think they're going to go for it considering how you approach anything down there, they don't go for it.
Okay,
So this probably isn't the year to do that.
okay. And I'm just trying to defer to you for the judgment call on
After
this.
to two of the council people, I don't think it's realistically going to happen, and that's two of the ones that were probably the most friendly to me, you know what I mean? So
Okay,
realistically, I don't think that's going to happen.
so you're saying that we should zero those two items out? The 26,
Perf and social security, right?
And the salary. Cause we put Ohio
Yeah.
County's portion in just in case.
Yeah.
they
She's
agree.
saying too,
Correct.
because we have it split between two different places. We have it in location 18, and then we have it in your 4D.
I didn't know how Leah ended up breaking that up, so I don't exactly know what
Yeah.
you're referencing, but
Sorry.
yeah, you take out the additional portion.
For Ohio County both
Yeah.
budgets. And then Tom McKay is retired now, so what,
Retired. I have a new person in mind. They won't be starting until next year. They're at a position, they're in a spot right now, and so they're attempting to wind things down, but I will have an investigator for next year. And
well, will the pay be similar to Mr. McKay's or will it be?
no, it's less. It's
Okay.
80, what was it, 85 for that?
82 is the total, but Ohio County's portion is 3,000. With this sheet, it's like this.
So I didn't know if that number needed to be adjusted.
I have it as total of an $82,000 position.
Yeah, Ohio County's portion is 8,162, so about
Right.
of us.
I have it as 73,000 from Dearborn. With
Where else is it?
It comes from
one
the
of the
regular
county,
county general. and
yeah,
special
special prize.
Sure, crime.
Then part of it is bringing Dave Leslie up to make the same portion, the same salary.
Okay, then you also mentioned that you had given some people a bump. Was that a
It
merit?
was pretty nominal. Off the top of my head, I think it was a small amount for like Valerie Sheffield. Whether I have my numbers from last year with.
Affenberger has an investigator, it looks like a bump.
Yeah, I think it was like 1,000 or two, for the high-tech crime, because quite honestly, we're lower than what they're paying across the state.
So every bump that you have in your budget is more or less merit-based
Merit-based,
because of job changes or whatever?
correct. I mean, I think there was a small one of maybe $1,000 to Miss Pendergast.
I think the bulk of them too are in your child support division.
Yes.
And Christina Martin's was a bump of about $1,500.
And she's a contract employee, so the benefit there is there's no benefits at all paid out to her. It's just straight contract. And I'll be honest, the investigator that I'm hoping to bring in does a lot of white collar crime. And you'll notice a lot of these salaries come from seized assets account. Quite honestly, it's dwindling, and I understand that it becomes a bit of, I don't like to use the word slush fund, but it covers a lot of salaries and it helps enable a lot of benefits that haven't cost the county any money, and I'm trying to keep that fund going. I just hope I'm able to, because if not, it's gonna force me to have to come back to ask to meet that, but the person who I'm talking to, and I think will end up coming over, does a lot of white collar crime, so hopefully we can continue some investigations and we're, and help bump up our seized assets. Because there's a lot of things going on that with unpaid taxes, or especially with the vape shops, they're pretty notorious. For
Really?
what they've been doing and other things, but it's just trying to catch it, and having an officer that likes doing paper cases is a different breed than ones that like to do drugs or other things, because the paperwork's far less and they can get in and get out. When you have white collar crime, it's a lot of subpoenas of bank records and business records and tax documents, and not everybody likes to be doing those. So that's the hope, is to keep that money coming And we've also been doing a lot better in getting additional assets in with diversions and deferrals, because usually at the end of the year, Leah sends an email that we're in the red. So we're taking the money out of seized assets, but right now we're in the black. So that part's exciting because a lot of the paralegals, their additional salaries come from diversion and deferrals. So I mean, I'm trying to take as much as I can from those funds coming into the office to offset them from my request to you guys.
We appreciate that.
In my budget, I'm sorry for getting it in late, but doing my budget is the biggest pain in the backside. I can't imagine how bad the sheriff's is, but I don't know, mine stinks. There's too many different pots of money.
Well, different funds and different things, and when you got two different counties. So you were hoping that Dearborn, Ohio County would cut the Dearborn County
In the
check.
name of what,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's a process, so perhaps next year that could work out.
Well, and then I think going through the Attorney General's office, I honestly think that's what it may come down to, is maybe a lawsuit. I don't know. I'm sure that wouldn't be well received, but they have to be one of the few counties in the state that doesn't pay into the. And those benefits, I mean, those employees aren't receiving those benefits.
All right.
I mean, when you have employees, the crappy part is you have employees that are nearing retirement that I have. I have Nola Teeny. I don't know when she's gonna retire. She keeps that very close to the vest. But you have Amy Beckett, who I'd say within the next 5 years will be retiring, and a few others. And you look at the pensions, and I think what is the best of the last 3 years?
High five, I think.
High five.
Yeah.
So when you have Ohio County that's paying $16,000 maybe to Amy, that's not even getting included in her PERF. That really hurts. You have Nola Teeny, who's like $10,000-11,000 that's coming from Ohio County, that's not being included. And that, and your employees are like, can you get more coming out of Dearborn and less out of Ohio, which isn't fair to Dearborn County either.
But if that system that Aaron has in place, then all that would be calculated in there.
For them to pay in
Yeah.
and then paid out of Dearborn, yes. So,
Okay.
and I realize this isn't probably a year for that. Given the new Senate bill.
Well, our budget was advertised to be done this week, and that's why there's no way for us to wait on what they're going to decide to do. We have to fish or cut bait today.
Sure,
So
understood. And
I hate to put you in that position, but that's the way it is.
well, given the response I received from 2 of the county council people, I'd imagine it's gonna be pretty much across the board, and they're similarly situated too.
Yeah.
With the cuts, not as same extent, but
Any other questions for prosecutor? Well, thank you.
thanks.
Guys.
Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, we'll have you consider that additional position if you're able.
So basically, on your 4D, do you get any of that reimbursed? It's 2/3.
Two-thirds?
I talked to their consultant, they actually probably get, he said a little bit more than that back, just because he's able to cherry pick, like, even if somebody's not paid in their 4D budget, he knows how much work each of her employees does on.
Even though it's showing out of county general, like about 2/3 of that would be coming back to us.
He's pretty good at getting money back.
Okay.
Yeah, and the numbers, the 313,922 and the 28,000 for Ohio County, those were from Matthew Lowry from Alcon. So yes.
But they have been great to work with.
They are.
And they have saved us immensely on our audits, because when we were doing them on our own before, it was a nightmare.
Well, they wouldn't
But
cut
they
us
do
any
it
slack because we weren't a hired consultant. So, and we're the only split circuit in the state of Indiana. So at one point they said, well, we want you for every phone call, every email, every time you touch a case, we want you to keep track, was it Dearborn or Ohio? And I looked at him and I said, so do you want me to collect child support or do you want me to make tally sheets? Because I can't do both. I mean, we sit in Dearborn, but we handle Ohio, we handle Dearborn. It's just, and with our numbers, we're busy.
Yeah.
And so I said, prove to me where you make another county do that. And they can't because there isn't one. So then we backed them down. But as soon as we hired Malcon, then they were like, oh, well, you do everything perfect.
Yeah, it looks great.
So it was kind
They're
of,
well worth their money.
Liz, where's the new position they're referring to listed in here?
It's in the 4D budget.
For what it's worth,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're going out the people not paying.
Oh, I see it. Got it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
She's busy.
That's my,
So
Yeah.
2/3 of that would be reimbursed. and
We get lots of nasty emails, don't we?
I know, but that ought to be the first bill they pay.
I
For
think-
sure.
Well, they're not unreasonable
We have never
amounts,
been divorced. or
and when you
but
look
I
at,
just feel like
you know, the
I know
cost
a
of
number
things.
Women who have
Yeah,
really
but people
struggled.
are trying to hide from us.
Try to raise,
Come,
you
you've
know,
heard the
you know how
300.
much it is, and say it, she will pay.
And no insurance.
Know how much it is.
Yeah,
What's that?
Yeah.
A lot more than you're asking.
I usually say, well, that's only 3 happy meals a week.
Well,
Something.
what they try to do is get out of it.
I know, but
Yeah.
it burns me.
Oh.
But I appreciate
It
it.
seems like, that doesn't seem like
Well,
it's
we're
something to discuss.
All friends.
Well, or I miss it.
Well, most of us.
Hey.
Watch it, you're slicking up.
Oh, look at that.
You're the first one that didn't pull that out there, that walked through there, yeah.
My queen for the day.
Tim and Dan both got it.
Thanks so much. It's beautiful.
Hi, guys.
Extension is location 22.
So you can leave that new position in there then?
I'm going to leave it because I think 2/3 of it is reimbursed. The person does not need insurance.
Very important to get money out of these guys and women, whoever don't pay.
And when you look at their caseload, I mean. To go from 345 cases to 276. I mean, I don't know how they even balance that many cases as is, but you know, I mean, give a little more care and quality to all those cases, which are all, every one of them is important to that family.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
I had 3 kids in school, 3 different families. If their dads were arrested as deadbeat dads. And one of them was even on FBI most wanted. You know, their dad had never paid child support.
Yeah. Hi, Liz. How are you?
So, was someone taking Jeff's place?
We are working on it, but that's above my pay grade.
Was that a surprise to you, or did you know that was potentially coming?
Oh, a little bit of both.
Yeah, okay.
He wanted to retire from, but some changes. So.
Did just Purdue itself are they the ones who hire in place?
Extension, but we answer, our director of extension answers to the president of the university and the provost, so, yeah, it's all tied in.
So he's in Kentucky now, right? So what is UK have an extension, or who knows?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every state has to have an extension program. But every state is run differently. So in Kentucky, the extension program is funded through property taxes. And they got
Although lucky it's not done that way
phenomenal
here.
facilities
Out of business.
over there. Boone County has a phenomenal conference center. He's in Kenton County. He works in Independence and also in Orlando. And he is basically county extension director, which means he's being administrative for about 15 people. So yes, I miss him every day. But I'm sure we've got folks from surrounding counties. If I have to have an issue, we call them. We've got different people for different questions. So we're still providing services. We just don't have him in the office, so. And I don't have any updates. I asked my area director yesterday and said, sorry, we don't have any updates at this time. But they are working on it.
Liz, you can come on up here. You can work through your budget right now.
Now, while we're talking about extension a little bit, I do have a little infographic to share with you all. You guys can look at it at your leisure. Just wanted to give you a little bit of an update about how Marcia and I have been keeping ourselves busy for the past while. So we do keep ourselves pretty busy. Oh, no, that's mine. Thanks. Yeah, I think, and I don't want to take too much time because this is a budget hearing and it's not really about this, but I always think it's good to let you know a little bit about what we do for this money. Marcia has been exceedingly busy especially this past spring and summer. She's been working, she's got a Get Walking program that she is administering that helps people get active. through a walking program. She's offered several Matter of Balance, which really focuses on helping folks strengthen core muscles that are needed for good balance, especially in our elderly. Dining with Diabetes is a program that she's been offering to assist those who are trying to get under control their diabetes, and teaches them cooking and basically menu management. She's also been doing, well, she does Captain Cash every year for like almost every third grader in Dearborn County, teaching them about money management. And she's been doing, this is her fourth session of Food is Medicine. And again, it's basically helping folks understand how food is so vital to your health and how you do the Mediterranean diet. She's also been every Saturday at the farmer's market from June through October, doing something called Power of Produce program. And it's primarily focused on kids and getting kids to start eating vegetables. So that's been a huge commitment. So she reaches the adults to the parents, but it's really focused at children. I have been very busy. I've reached over 1,200 kids this year. Nearly 100 educational programs, so hundreds of hours of programming, teaching kids life skill development and positive youth development, period, all in a row. Some of the examples, I go to juvenile detention every month. I work with youth with special needs. I'm writing curriculum, presented at a national conference for 260 participants about curriculum for 4-H educators to teach kids. Marcia and I have been busy doing My Empowerment, which is a program we offer for young kids, elementary, 4th, 5th, 6th grade. Again, trying to teach them some things about how to make healthy decisions as they're coming up to that critical time in their life when they're going to be challenged. So that's a little bit about what we've been doing. Now we can just get on with the rest of it unless you have any questions.
That's great. A lot of good things.
My wife went to the Mediterranean diet thing down there.
Oh, good.
She enjoyed it.
Good.
Not been working for me yet.
It's a big
Get that
change.
Mediterranean beer, haven't they?
Yeah, cutting out beer and red meat. That's
A lot of the health and human services things, a lot of correlation, and do you have a pretty close working relationship with the health department?
Oh, yes,
in
a
Dearborn
lot of
County?
the programs that she's doing right now, Food is Medicine, has been, and some of those other ones, and I don't want to say because I'm not exactly sure. She works close hand in hand, and the health department has given her quite a bit of money each year to use towards materials for those programs because, like that Mediterranean diet, she has to buy food and they prep it together and they take it home. So there's a lot involved with that. So yes, she works hand in hand with Amy.
Okay, great, thanks.
She's a dynamo. Well, the only real change in your budget that I see is the contract for computer lease and maintenance. The first item is educator. That's actually set by Purdue, right?
Right.
So
Yes. Yes. And as I said, they're working. I'm trying to get some transfer people interested, but we haven't gotten permission yet. I can't reach out to them and it's not my job to reach out to them. I always try to be proactive. So we get people in Dearborn County. I stole Jeff from Decatur County and I'm trying to steal the A&R educator there now. So of course, don't talk about that, but yeah, we're working on that.
so that salary probably stay about the same.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As far as the only addition that I made is that we have been told that they are no longer providing a warranty for our computers. And so we've been asked, they offered us a program where we need to get damage insurance on our computers that we have in the office. And it works out to be $315 per year. And that's over a 4-year period. So we'll be asking for $315 for the next 4 years from 2026 through 2030. And that's just to cover the warranties in case something happens. And the only reason we found out, Ag IT changed how our computers were sourced. And so they went, they did a deal straight with Dell. Well, we didn't find out till after the fact that Dell only gives a 30-day warranty. So I actually had a problem with my laptop earlier this spring. found out, oh, it's gonna cost me $500 to get it fixed. Because 30-day warranty was, isn't very long. So that's why they put this in place, that we tried to get those covered so that we can have, we have 6 computers in our office.
That covers all 6 of them?
Yes.
Pretty cheap.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I mean, I think it's a deal. It's so much money per computer. And again, it's over the course of 4 years. So yeah, I think it's a good deal for us. But we certainly appreciate all the support that you've given us in the past. And I'm sorry to have to ask for any increase this year, but I had to put that on there.
No, I totally understand that.
So.
Appreciate the information. Anyone have any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Glenn, do you have any questions?
I got a personal question. Do you guys have any dog training tapes down there?
I don't, but I have a phenomenal dog trainer. Her name is Crystal Hulsman. I'll send you her contact information. She's phenomenal.
Yeah, we've been able
Works
to
with our
update
kids.
Well, my daughter, I bring the granddaughter wants to start training her dog.
Is she she's still a Clover, Bud? I think I'm not supposed to do it for insurance purposes, but you should talk to Crystal to see if maybe she could start coming to some of the meetings.
That'd be good.
Yeah, some training meetings. So
Thank you.
thank you all. Appreciate it. It's
Thanks.
nice to see your happy faces today.
Yep.
Take care, Liz.
Go home, pick them blackberry.
Camera, camera.
Liz had one too.
Order in the court.
So we're leaving all this the same.
We really don't do anything with that one. The SM is the same. We,
Maybe we need to turn the lights out and turn them back on. Maybe the view will change.
and then we develop, we can look at it, like, if there's really nothing.
You were something. Stream, are you done or?
Well, we need to make some final decisions here. Oh, you know what, mine for that one. The one that Dennis was pointing out, the budgets we have not looked at is tourism, but there's really nothing to be done there. Yes, home, which I think stayed the same,
Yeah.
and then redevelopment, which is pretty much the same.
Oh, you have all this paper. The extras.
Relocation, location 50, but I think I've lost my sheet. I can't find that one or the one I borrowed from you. Are you looking at it? I don't want to take it on minutes.
No, I'm good. I looked at all
Redevelopment, is that you said
It
50?
actually went down a little bit. You know, it's,
They raised their attorney fees and all of their professional services.
You have to, companies going crazy. Andrea never built them.
that's right. She didn't.
She did.
Yeah.
Literally, her hands.
So as far as I'm concerned, we've looked at every budget we need to look at, but then we need to make some final decisions. One being the request from Mr. Listerman for pay bumps. Any thoughts on that?
I thought I think Todd's, his own worst enemy sometimes, the way he goes, the way he talks in the meetings and stuff. But I can't argue with some of the results he gets. Bringing money into the county. Stuff,
I mean, he does work for the commissioners, right?
he does.
Oh, so I wonder if usually, you know,
He's a appointee.
you would think that that his bosses would, if he's consulted with them, that they would come in, you know, support that as well, but I just wonder if he had any discussion with them about it.
I think in the 20 years he's been here, that's never been an avenue that he's ever taken. And it's never come from the commissioners. So I don't think that's ever been.
I feel like you did 3 years ago. I feel like Jim was lobbying for him 3 years ago when, for that raise.
Good have.
Really, the only time I remember Jim coming was the time for us too. If I remember.
Yeah. Jim.
Well, in order to finish today, we need to make a decision we need to knock these out one by one. So Mr. Listerman is making 116.80. He's asking for his rate to go up to 130. And we've all heard the justifications for it from him today. So we need to know, or we need to make a decision on if it's bumped and if so, at what level.
We discussed this Monday afternoon night already.
Yeah.
Do we have a consensus on how to proceed with this?
I think he does. I personally know how much time it takes and effort to do some of these grants. And I can understand where he's coming from on some of that stuff. Plus, I've found out that once you have been through the grant process, you kind of have a feel of what they're looking for or what they're not. And, you know, on these community crossing grants, I don't know what kind of contacts he's made through that process that could be invaluable to us. Maybe has or maybe hasn't. But I know it seems like he can get a lot of money for a lot of these projects.
I think in recognition for the amount of years he's, and I think the professional is the county engineer in the past, in Dearborn County's distant past, was never all that professional. I think Todd, because he is an engineer, has brought a level of professionalism to the county, and actually he's done a good job as county engineer. I don't have a problem with giving him a merit-based increase based on the fact that he's done, I think, a really good job for the county as far as bringing our standards up. I would like to settle at something closer to like 125, so that there is a bump, but also let him be eligible for whatever county cost of living raise the county council would decide to give at the end of the day to them. So we can do nothing, we can do 125, we can do the 130.
Benny, any thoughts?
On Todd. He's at 116 now, he's asking for 130, I'm suggesting 125 plus whatever total of the county is up. Just
Be about 9,000 plus 3750. If if we did go with the 3%. So that would put him about 128 something then, wouldn't it? About almost 129.
So are you good with the 125?
I'm good with the 125.
Dan,
I'm good with either 125 or 130. I'm good with either.
what are your thoughts, Tim?
I go both ways. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly that he brings that value and the numbers don't lie. I agree wholeheartedly that in the private sector, he'd be getting paid for that, but that's part of working for the government. I kind of don't like that the commissioners didn't come to lobby for him, because that's how, and the way I remember, that's how it happened a couple years ago. And I wouldn't expect every department head to come in here and make a lobby for their own pay increase, especially after we had bullet item number 7 in yellow saying, don't put increases in there. But I could easily be swayed to get on board with the 125.
Yeah, I agree with Tim. I mean, on everything he said, but I feel like it should be handled differently, kind of like Dan said, But it is what it is, so.
Well, to me, it's like it's the end of the day. So it's like fish or cut bait. There's no time to put the clock back.
Well, I understand. I'm just saying.
Yeah, in a perfect
I
world,
mean-
this is how things would be.
So does he deserve a raise? Probably so. But do we, are we encouraged to, let somebody go this route again, which is probably not the best way to go, that's all.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I
Mr.
think-
Gravy came in and said, here, I had nothing to do with this, I didn't
he was
request
so-
that, and I held my number strong where he told me to hold it.
And I followed directions, so are we giving somebody an incentive to not follow directions?
Well,
Or-
this is not the first time Todd has done this, but we have never, made an adjustment based on his request. I think to me, at this point in is service to county, I think that even though we ask people not to put in any, like the 2, 3, or 4% raises in their people, this is not any different than some of the other ones who asked for a merit increase. So, and that's why I'm thinking that I think Todd has proven his value to the county. I would like to not give him what he asked for, almost on principle, but make a substantial adjustment to his level of pay so that we are recognizing what he brings to the table. The commissioners, to my knowledge, have never really weighed in one way or the other. So the ball's in our court. And it's the end of the day. So we need to decide if it's 116, 125, 130. And it sounds like
I'm good with
all-
whatever, but I do, just like you said, Lynn weighed in with merit for her people. And that's different than weighing in for yourself.
Right.
So,
right.
so.
But it's never been my experience that the commissioners have really weighed in on this over the years.
How many directors come and ask for a raise for themselves past?
We've had some, I couldn't tell you how many. If y'all are adamant at keeping it 116, then
No, I'm fine with whatever everybody says. I'm just,
yeah, struggling with.
there should be a protocol
Yeah,
going forward,
right,
that's all.
You think 125?
But we can make it like our protocol that, going forward, how we wanna act, and if we get our budget request, if there's an increase, then I think maybe we talk with the president and commissioners about, is this your recommendation? You are also putting your stamp of approval on this. So going forward, so we can hopefully get out of here today, are we going with 125? Everyone's good with 125?
Now, is that gonna include or excluding the whatever?
You will also get whatever COLA the other employees get,
On top of the 125 or on
so.
top of the previous?
on top of the new rate, just like the people who got merit.
So I'll take it to
every other budget.
128,750.
I mean,
Because
that's
all the people who got merit increases will get whatever the COLA is.
$12,000 raise.
yeah, that's a pretty good raise. I would kind of be in favor of the 125, including
That's what we're
COLA.
saying. We're saying
25
125
including COLA.
plus COLA.
You're saying
Not
125
getting the COLA, is
plus the
what he's
COLA, or
saying.
take him to 120, or that COLA is already included in that one.
Included in.
So 125 is just where he
Yeah.
said, is what you're saying.
Right.
I can live with either one. Plus the COLA. I agree with Dennis, because basically when you're doing a merit on all of the, if Leah had to go back to every person who got a merit bump and had to not give them a COLA, then we would be here all day. I'm good with the 125 and the COLA too.
I can go with that.
Y'all good?
I'm good with it.
Let's do the 125 plus the COLA. I think 5 of us are in agreement with that, so,
I'd agree to it,
okay, thank you.
yeah. Cause the only way I look at it, by the time you take the 125 plus COLA, it's not that far from what he's asking.
That's right.
You know, you're.
Well, I think I think he thinks he's getting a COLA on top of 130.
No,
Probably.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But at the end of the day, it does.
Nope. He's not, so either way, it don't
We
matter.
ought to be happy with what he's.
I think it's a pretty good faith effort, and in my opinion, every year is a different year, but the next 3 years, it's okay, what's the same COLA that everybody else is getting?
Yeah,
We bumped you up to your highest 4 or 5 years that he needs for his pension or whatever, and rewarded him for his work.
Is that what you're gonna do, the 3% COLA?
Well, we.
Whatever it is.
Hope to. If
She's
we,
doing the 3%.
I'm just doing the math on his increase, okay?
You have it for 2, 3, and 4%, or is it?
It's lumped
No,
in
we
at
just did it for
4.
3, 4, and 5. I'm just kidding.
It's 2, 3, and 4 in every budget.
1%'s the easiest math. Well,
10%
besides
is
zero.
Great, 10% is great, that's easy.
Didn't you say it would be like 315, Leah?
Yeah, that was at 4%.
That seemed low for some reason. I thought it would be more higher than that.
I was thinking last year it was like 290 when we.
Was that 3% last year too?
No, that was at 4% when
We
we.
got 4 last year.
Guys are getting rich.
So in county general, the ones that are paid out of county general, up to 4% costs the county 315,000. But some of these are out of other funds. There's going to be other. This is just the county general part. So we need to figure out where else we need to give.
So that bituminous line item from the highway department was the other one we.
Right. You took out all that other stuff that we talked about with Todd, right? In Cume Bridge. You took the culverts down to 150? Culverts down to 150. Okay, you took all those other things out. Okay. Well, actually, when we do is invade our reserves. We would invade that. And Leah said we're actually sitting closer to this than that 11 because the stuff that was advertised out of both. So the other thing we need to decide on Todd's budget was the community crossings match, and did you lower that to 6? And I think 6 is gonna be on the high side. And the other.
He said 4.
Yeah, we said 4.
We do
because
4?
We came up with
He
390,000.
said 4, yeah.
The match would be 390 if we got $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Cost.
What fund
Can't
is
do
that?
that.
Came up with
The highway,
What location were we talking?
51.
51.
Okay, yeah, we did do 4. And on bituminous, the 21807,
1.5.
yeah, he asked for 1.5. Are we good with 1.5? When you're doing 1.5, you're invading your reserves. I mean, that's all you're doing.
I mean, that's how close you want to get to balancing the budget. I mean, and he's gonna cut the roads from the bottom tier up, so it's.
So location 51, 21807, bituminous, he asked for 1.5. And we need to decide what we're gonna end up at.
So can we talk about our overall numbers, where we stand as of right now?
What do you have plugged in for that?
Total right now, 24,075, 750.
24075.
750.
What do you have for bituminous in that?
That's
1.5.
1.5.
Has that got raises in it?
Everything's
Yes.
left, yeah.
But that's got 4% raises in it.
Okay.
So what was our targeted number?
Well,
21.9.
our total receipts for this year, and that includes, she puts in Riverboat at 2 million. Yeah, she's got $2.5 million for out of Riverboat, and our total receipts, because of Senate Bill 1, is roughly 22 million. So then if you were to approve a budget at 24 million with receipts at 22, you have a deficit of 2, so you'd be eating into that reserve.
So we're at 22, but that's with already taking 2.5 out of Riverboat each year.
She took 2.5 million out
Yeah.
of Riverboat. She kept LIT shares flat, which I think that it'll probably go up at least 400,000 or 500,000. But she's a CPA and I'm not. But I would expect the LIT to go up a little bit. But she was probably waiting on numbers from Department of Revenue.
Well, we did it early in last year.
No, that's
remember,
not
she
fair.
got
That's the total budget.
lit numbers before we did it.
The
Right.
315
She
is
knew
4%.
they were
So if you want.
Because last year we actually had a bump,
Yeah.
and because we're paying that money back to the state for that formula, So I was surprised we got a bump last year, but we did. So the lip she's showing is 5.2 is the same as last year, but year over year. From 24 to 25, it went up by 600,000. If it went up by another 600,000 this year, then instead of being short 2 million, we're short 1.4. I mean, we would be eating into this bottom, this pink line right here, number 2.
And how much do we normally use from the riverboat?
Well, we use 2.5.
I mean, yearly, what is it normally, do you know? Every year?
For the last 2 years before. For 24 and 25.
So in a perfect world, we probably couldn't be using that, right?
Well, in a perfect world, exactly.
I guess I would
provide
say
the
is-
services we
Maybe
provide.
it's just math, but.
It's-
Use that or raise
Percentages,
taxes.
But maybe we
Exactly.
can.
Exactly.
They won't let you raise taxes. You gotta grow push.
Oh, we'd have to raise the
Right, yeah,
debt.
yeah, right. No,
The
yeah,
same thing.
yeah.
Well, we really we're trying to bridge to 28, right?
Everyone's gonna have to change that in 28.
Yeah. I mean, the next couple of years, we'll just keep doing it at business as usual,
You know,
till we get to 28.
That's what I would do. I mean, otherwise you'd be turning everything upside down.
ain't lying.
Yeah. Or just,
Make that in a month.
or just basically creating a stir of the.
I can't help that.
Off for a couple of years.
Don't get anything
It's gonna change anyway.
The only thing that I would say is you always have to keep in mind that of that roughly 14 point something $million that we have sitting in reserve, less the other $2 million that we're talking about, so $12 million. 5.8 of that is from the High Point sale to St. E. That's not money that we generated from taxes or riverboat or anything else. So 5.8 of the money that's sitting in that pink line, number 53, is from the hospital sale. In 2030, that other 5 million gets released.
Does this part go, is that what we're talking about, what you're using yearly?
That plus
Some,
some from somewhere.
but that's 65% of 2.9 million, basically 3 million. That's what the supplement, that's what we're supplementing our
And that's
budget.
143,000 down here.
But that comes in every year.
It's been fairly steady, but it's. I mean,
So we're not really eating into our reserves if it's coming in every year.
Well,
true?
it's got 2.5 million here, and we're
Well, a
showing,
little bit.
yeah. And we're showing that it's generating, we're taking for county general roughly 2 million. So that's in here. I mean, she's got $2.5 million. We're only putting 2 million in that. So that $500,000 difference is eating into that line 53.
Well, it's better than the 2.5 million.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Complain, I'm
Yeah.
saying that's the math.
I'm just saying if we get that every year, at least we're not eating too. I'm trying to figure out how many years left we would have before that's dry, but since we're still getting something every year. It'll drag us down the road a little bit further.
Are there any other budgets that we need to finalize? So we're good. So the only decision to be made now is 2, 3, or 4%.
You start
Well,
on that
we
end.
need a 2, 3, 4% and the bituminous line item. We gotta make sure everybody's on board with that.
In the what line?
The bituminous line item in the highway department.
The 1.5.
Well, let's finish the bituminous then.
Well, Greg, you're a road man. What do you think on that?
So, Mark,
Greg.
Not Greg, I'm sorry. Art.
But George, I don't know.
Well,
what to-
Greg Graff, I was calling you.
Yeah, I look just like you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a matter of a blacktop or anything else. It's a matter of dollars and if, how close we want to get to balancing the budget, and it's, I can't say if liquid asphalt's gonna go up or down next year or the year after. I mean, it is what it is, but if we want to,
What's an honest?
if we want to balance the budget, that's probably where it's gonna have to come from, right, Liz? I mean,
It's still not gonna be balanced.
We're not gonna balance, and well, the other thing, it's kind of like the kind of like the 2, 3, or 4%. I mean, are we calling that a raise or a cost of living? Cause I mean, just to keep people even with their, where they're at right now, cost of living's 2.5%. If that's what we're giving them, we really shouldn't give them more or less than that, you know, if it's cost of living. If you're giving them a raise in there, then it's, you know,
That's what I told myself. I don't think Leah's gonna like a 0.5%.
Don't do a half.
So maybe you're
I don't.
leaning
that's all
towards
numbers.
3.
It's not a.
Let's finish on bituminous first. We've got to decide, let's just pull the plug on this. Are we going to give him the 1.5 or do we wait until next year and he comes and asks for additionals? That's essentially what it is to me. If he comes out and asks for additionals, you could do it out of 4916 instead of county general.
If you wanna move some in there now, you can do that too.
I mean, he's just trying to keep his paving to $3 million. And I don't,
Care
Right.
about that.
and I don't know where that number came from. That's because we got 1.5 million from community crossings and we were matching it with 1.5 million. And that's how he's coming up with that. There's nothing that says we can't spend 5 million or 1 million, you know, so that's.
So
I would adjust it some. I don't know how much. That's why I was asking you what you thought a good number would be.
So where was he coming from on this 18-month budget? I never did understand that.
He's got a plan that way, but he can't take receipts from the previous year and add them.
Well, I think that's what he's trying to do.
I know,
think-
it's like, well, you
I
can.
think what he takes, like, we get property tax settlements twice a year, so I think he's probably looking at like the last 6 months of say 24, and then looking at all of 25.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out what he's spending the rest of this year and then what he needs for next year. And
Right.
that's not really an 18-month budget, but that's just the way he's.
That's how his bond
Yeah,
has worked.
cause you know, we're year to year here, right? So,
Yeah, we're on a calendar year, the state's on a different fiscal year than
And-
we are.
and he's really on it too. He's just looking at it in a different way. I mean, that's. His budget here is for 2026, so.
Well, the other thing is we can give him that line item for bituminous, but he probably can't spend it that fast.
No.
You know what I mean? So what if we come back to the middle and do 1.1 there? Because that, and this still isn't truly balanced at all, but at least that 1.1 plus the 400 that Tim had already had in there gets him at that 1.5. We can say, well, there's your $3 million. I know that's not how he's justified, and I understand his approach, but. And then if he can spend that, he can come back and make a presentation for an additional, but
If they get the 1.5 million from community crossings, they're still spending 3 million that way, but he's saying that out of that 1.5 million, he's been spending 3 million on contractor paving, and he's saying that several $100,000 of that is in-house paving, so that was his differentiation.
But last year we budgeted him 2.7 million and he only spent 2.166. You know what I mean? Like,
There you go.
we can say, yeah, earmark this money, but he can't spend it. You know what I mean? If the projects don't line up.
So what you're saying, cut it 400,000?
I say cut it to 1.1. I mean, I told him I would fight to keep the paving the same, and I feel like that is. If there's 1.1 there plus the 400, that's the 1.5. You know, I think it's still the.
That sounds.
I don't
No matter
think
who's doing it.
it does. Yeah, it just doesn't. I don't think that's doing a disservice to anybody. I think that's good for. It's still making roads a priority.
Let's do that. Is everyone good
That
with
sounds good to me.
Dennis, you go with that? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so 21807 and his location 51 is 1.1 million.
That's a good number. That's
So then that
What
takes
them
our
raises
county general down to what?
right.
23,675, 750.
Okay, and that's with a 4% COLA across every fund. So now that we've decided that, we've done everything in the budget except for the COLAs, correct? Okay, so the COLAs are figured in there is in every different fund is up to 4%. I would say we do no less than 3.
Go for the gusto, it's my last year.
There you go.
I'm 3 or 4. I don't know.
I'm good with 4 because if cost of living is 2.5 and we've got good employees, Why do we want not to give them a little more? To keep the good employees we have. So we don't have to retrain or train somebody new coming in. And to give them incentive to keep doing the job, good job that they're doing.
Dennis, what do you think, 3 or 4? On the COLA,
Go for. I was just kidding.
Mark,
Not really.
Well, and like I said, if we're calling it COLA, if it's cost of living, it's cost of living. If it's a raise, it's a different story, you know? And we somehow, we're responsible for balancing the budget here in the county and we're a little off, so. I mean, the state didn't give anything, so they effectively gave their people a pay cut because they're not keeping up with cost of living even, right? They didn't give them a cost of living or any raises, right?
but that is an anomaly. There've been there was,
No, and I agree, but I'm
I'm not gonna use the state as an
The
example.
argument against it is in 3 years, in 3 years, you raise the budget by $1 million. You know, by giving,
That's what I told Tim about the 0.5 over 10 years. That's a big number, you know? But I agree with what Glenn said too. So I think in order that we should do a minimum of 2.5 to keep people where they're at. So I guess if it's between 3 and 4, you know, I would vote for 3, I guess. I mean, we gotta be stewards of the county's money too.
here's mine back to 3.
So give Penny a good sales pitch there.
Yeah, no kidding.
Tim, what are your thoughts?
I agree with Mark's comment about even like the 0.5 and how after a couple of years that ratchets us up. That I also survey our starting rates and damn, we still have some people who make less than $40,000 a year.
Oh, yeah.
We have some that make more, but if it's a COLA, then I'm at 3%.
And if that's the case, at some point, those people, certain people probably need to be dealt with individually, you know, or certain salaries need to be dealt with individually, you know, because we got them on both ends of the spectrum here. You
But
know?
I would say that it's up to the department head or the elected official, like just like Haley came in and she defended that person being changed to an office manager. Last year Sally defended merit raises for different people on her staff. That's not a council function. To me, that's the elected official and the department head's function. Connie
Well,
did that with her
and we-
office many years ago.
I mean, we're still well off from being balanced. I mean, like you said, there's 2.5 million already coming out of Riverboat. Plus some now.
I mean, it's.
That is it.
If these people working for me, the answer would be 4%, but they're working for the government and on our tax dollars, and it feels like, I
was telling him, I only got 2% at my job last year,
When do y'all get raises this year?
October.
And I taught school for 32 years. We never did get a cost of living. We were lucky to get 2%. You know, and I know when I was in the recorder's office, I'd have had a tough time replacing the people I had in my office that were trained and bring a new person in and have to train that new person to do the job for the person you got. That's the way I look at it.
well, Dan, you said 3 or 4. I'm at 3. If I have to stand on one side of the line or other, that's where I'm at. I don't know where we stack up right now. How many people are in camp 3?
I'm in 4. I'm good on 3.
You change yours to 3.
Is it cost of living actually 2.5?
Yeah.
No, I'll go with 3.
Looks, and you were 3. So it looks like it's a 3% COLA. So
Now you gotta do all that figuring again.
Well, now I'll take it out of your budget, put it into everyone else's.
yeah, and there was another,
Well, and I mean, it probably, like he said, makes more sense to be three because of the $900,000 shortfall this year.
Yeah, and that's,
Get worse. Oh, I know. I know it is.
I mean,
That's what I told him. I said, what am I gonna do? Start looking for.
We'd be
when they
telling
give me
people,
2%
cut your budget
raise.
5% or something.
And if the council hadn't
Yeah, I'm
had the gusto to pass
58,
that lit when they
almost
did, we'd be
59,
really in trouble.
59. Just hang in there.
so we're done with the budget itself. The next thing is on the distribution of riverboat monies. Leah has given us the numbers that we would be working on in 25, which is essentially the same. And the percentages we've given out of 1191 is 65% to county general and 35% to highway to go to their 4916. Is everyone good with keeping these the same?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Good with the
Fund 7303, that goes to several departments. 3% to parks, 2.5% to growth and development, 4.25 to 4914. 25% to transportation, 5% to emergency services, 25% to municipalities, and there's an ordinance on that. 32% on highway 4916, 3% in the county general, and 0.25 for capital projects long term. Is everyone good with keeping these percentages the same?
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it. Dennis, you good with it? Keep it the same? Tim?
I like the same.
Glenn?
Yeah,
I'm
okay with it.
We'll keep the percentages the same, Leah.
I have two riverboat funds.
Yeah, this here is so.
What's that representative's name?
3 million.
Randy? He resigned.
No, this isn't county general. This was.
Randy
This is-
Yes.
These are like